We request all the attendees to take their seats and ensure that mobile devices are switched off or placed on silent mode as we prepare to commence the inaugural ceremony of this significant Yatra naryastu pujyante ramante tatra devata. Where women are honored, divinity blossoms there. So with this, we would like to start our inaugural session. And to invoke the spirit of knowledge and enlightenment, we now respectfully invite our esteemed dignitaries to the dais for the ceremonial lighting of the lamp. May I now request Srimati and Shobharani Yashashvi Ma'am, Chairperson ICFI Society, to come on to the dais, and Srimati Sailaja Kiran, Managing Director, Kapil Chit Funds, Dr. P. Raja Lakshmi, Professor, IIT Hyderabad, Professor T. Koti Reddy, Vice Chancellor in charge, IFHE, Dr. Vijay Lakshmi Ma'am, Registrar, IFHE and Convener, CWD, and Dr. Sunita Rani Ma'am, Dean, School of Social Sciences, University of Hyderabad, and Professor Deepa Srinivas, Head, Center for Women's Studies, University of Hyderabad.
Sir, I'm from Kapil Chit Funds. That's not right. Please mention it.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I'd like to make a small change in the earlier announcement. It is Srimati Shailaja Kiran, Managing Director, Margadarshi Chit Funds and Kapil Chit Funds. So I'd like to apologize, ma'am, for that. Yeah. So we request everyone to stand for Vande Mataram and followed by the university song.
Vande
Thank you, esteemed dignitaries. We request that you kindly take your seats. We now invite our Vice Chancellor, Sir T. Koti Reddy, to formally open the International Conference on Women 5.0 open.
I declare the International Conference on Women 5.0 open.
It is time now to understand the driving force behind the conference. We invite Dr. S. Vijay Lakshmi, convener CWD, IFHE, to give the welcome address for the International Conference Women 5.0, Progress, Possibilities and Power, Reimagining Womanhood, Leadership, Equality and Innovation in the Changing World.
Very good morning to all the distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, scholars, practitioners, delegates, and students present here. It is my honor and privilege to welcome you all to the International Conference on Women 5.0, Power, Progress, and Possibilities, a unique and forward-looking platform designed to reimagine womanhood, leadership, equality, and innovation in a rapidly changing world. As the convener of this conference, I am deeply pleased to see such a vibrant gathering of individuals who share a common commitment to advancing research, dialogue, and collective action towards gender-inclusive progress. The IFHE campus is a home to 6 schools: IBS, FST, FOL, ICFI School of Architecture, and ICFI School of Social Sciences, and Center for Distance and Online Education. Within this vibrant academic ecosystem, we also host 5 centers of excellence. Among them, the Center for Women Development plays a pivotal role in advancing research, advocacy, capacity building initiatives focused on women and communities. Center for Women Development began its journey in 2014 as an initiative within IBS, that is ICFI Business School only. Over time, and especially in the post-pandemic phase, the center expanded to embrace all schools of the university. Today, each school is represented by a committed women coordinator who helps Center for Women Development activities. Over the years, the center has implemented numerous impactful programs, upskilling workshops, health awareness sessions, community outreach programs, women's safety initiatives, menstrual hygiene awareness programs, and leadership development training programs. Our quarterly e-newsletter, Shobha, has also been a significant milestone with 12 issues published up to date. Center for Women Development's academic footprint includes globally recognized case studies authored by our women faculty and nearly 10 research projects addressing the themes such as senior women citizens, solar, water, sustainability, livelihood enhancement, and employment opportunities, many of which have been published in Scopus Index journals. The vision of CWD is deeply rooted in empowerment, empowering students, communities, professors, professionals through internships, MDPs, skill building programs, community engagement programs, and research. It is this vision that inspired us to conceptualize the International Conference Women 5.0, that is Power, Progress, and Possibilities. The theme of Women 5.0 represents a significant evolution. Women 1.0 symbolizes traditional roles and struggles for basic rights. That era is over, we have seen by unveiling. Women 2.0 marks the entry of women into education and formal employment. That phase is also over. Women 3.0 reflects the fight for equality, leadership, and representation. That captures the digital employment, breaking stereotypes and leading social and organizational transformation. Women 5.0, where we stand today, goes beyond equality. It signifies women stepping into roles that shape the future, driving innovation, influencing policies, and leading in an era defined by artificial intelligence and rapid technological changes. In this context, I think we thought the theme Power, Progress and Possibilities is not just timely but essential. It reflects the momentum of women who are proceeding globally, the progress achieved and the possibilities ahead. The response to this conference has been truly tremendous and remarkable and demonstrates the global resonance of the theme. We received nearly 300 abstracts from the researchers around the world. After rigorous review, around 200 papers were accepted and we received close to 80 full papers across all 8 thematic areas. Scholars and practitioners have joined us from prestigious institutions such as Carnegie Mellon University US, Argonne National Laboratories US, and from countries including Australia, New Zealand, Sri Lanka, Bhutan, Nepal, and Bangladesh. This diversity reflects the breadth of engagement and the global recognition of Women 5.0 as a powerful framework for dialogue. We acknowledge the collaborative support of our partners, the dedicated efforts of our reviewers, and the contributions of everyone who has played a remarkable role in bringing this conference to fruition. This commitment has helped shape a platform that encourages rich discussion, innovation, and meaningful exchange of ideas. As we began this conference, we look forward to insightful deliberations, thought-provoking sessions, and the development of ideas that will inspire action beyond these 2 days. We welcome you all, especially to all the paper participants. Our heartfelt gratitude to all of you who came all the way, whose presence strengthens the dialogue and the collective understanding of women's evolving roles in a changing world. Let this conference be a space of learning, sharing, and envisioning the future of Women 5.0, where power, progress, and possibilities truly converge. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for walking us through the major milestones in the CWD Center. Now, may I now request Professor K. Sunita Rani, Dean, School of Social Sciences, University of Hyderabad, to grace the stage and deliver the introductory remarks.
Srimati N. Shobharani Yashashvi Garu, Chairperson, Equi Society. Professor T. Kotireddy Garu, Honorable Vice Chancellor. Dr. Vijayalakshmi Garu, Registrar. Dignitaries on the dais, colleagues, delegates, and students. A very good morning to all of you and a warm welcome to this international conference. At the outset, I must say that Center for Women's Studies, School of Social Sciences, University of Hyderabad is very happy to collaborate with ICFI, with Center for Women and Development Studies, to organize this conference. Center for Women's Studies, University of Hyderabad, runs a PhD program, a full PhD program, and it is very keen on promoting feminist readings, feminist pedagogy, and looking at particularly education at different levels. Apart from doing cultural studies, visual studies, and comparative studies, we are also very keen on doing field work and researching pedagogy. And we also take up extension work, research work, and we are very keen on having collaborations, collaborative studies particularly, and collaborative teaching. Within the university, Center for Women's Studies teaches courses at various levels, mandatory as well as optional, at the undergraduate level, at the postgraduate level, and at the research level. Similarly, a quick introduction to the School of Social Sciences, which has 13 academic units, including Center for Women's Studies, which is looking forward to interdisciplinary studies with lot of interest, which is taking up interdisciplinary studies, exactly like Center for Women's Studies at various levels in teaching, research, and collaborative activities. This is about the center and the school in a nutshell. Coming to the conference, while we were walking to the conference venue, we saw the pictures of, like Dr. Vijay Lakshmi referred to it, the journey of women towards success, towards achievement. We are literally standing on the shoulders of those women who fought day and night, who fought tooth and nail even to access education, not just for themselves but also for other women, for everybody. I cannot but think of somebody like Savitribai Phule or Pandit Ramabai Saraswati or Tarabai Shinde in this context, who literally fought, who took so much backlash from society. From there we have walked till this point, though these achievements are not watertight compartments or generally can be applied to all women, still there are women who are battling, who are fighting their battles. I think that is where we focus on intersectionality of women, diversity of women, those who have achieved a lot, who have stood as achievers, as role models, as inspirations, and those who are still struggling to cross the barriers and obstacles. So thinking about all those pioneers is really going to be inspiring for all of us today in this context. I'm sure this conference is going to engage with all the dimensions of quote-unquote success and achievement, because today we are not just engaging with these concepts, but we are also critically engaging with these concepts to understand them in all their nuances. I'm sure this conference is going to be a critical intervention into the issues related to women and gender. Once again, I extend a warm welcome to all of you on behalf of Center for Women's Studies and School of Social Sciences, University of Hyderabad. Thank you so much, ICFI, for thinking of us for this collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for introducing the various schools of University of Hyderabad and also talking about the current collaborative research that should emerge from such conclaves. Now, our next guest is a distinguished technologist whose work is redefining India's innovation landscape. Professor P. Raja Lakshmi, Professor of Science Chair at IIT Hyderabad, leads THAN, the National Hub for Autonomous Navigation, and spearheads cutting-edge research and smart mobility, IoT, drones, and future communications. Her leadership has enabled innovations such as India's indigenous autonomous shuttle, showcasing how women in STEM are shaping the technologies of tomorrow. Please join me in welcoming Professor P. Raja Lakshmi, ma'am, to kindly address the gathering.
Good morning all. Thank you so much for inviting me for this conference, Women 5.0. I think I'll be talking more about the, technology.
Mom, actually you don't have the cable to connect us. So can you make?
Okay, good morning all. I think, sorry for this small glitch. I think I'll just proceed with what I'm going to talk about. So basically, I am a faculty in the Department of Electrical Engineering, also in the Department of Artificial Intelligence at IIT Hyderabad. I'm also the project director for Technology Innovation Hub on Autonomous Navigations. So I'll just talk about what this Technology Innovation Hub on Autonomous Navigation is. So all of us know Government of India, particularly Ministry of Science and Technology, launches majority of the R&D programs as national mission projects. Okay, so the one which we are doing, which is on autonomous navigation, is under the national mission on interdisciplinary cyber physical systems, which is cabinet approved 2018, and then it was rolled out in 2020. IIT Hyderabad was leading the technology vertical on autonomous navigations and drones. Okay, so that's where this is a technology innovation hub on autonomous navigations, which is TIHAN at IIT Hyderabad. Okay, so that's what is a brief note about what this TIHAN is at IIT Hyderabad. Okay, and the recent one which was rolled out last year is the National Mission on Quantum Technologies. Okay, again we are working on quantum as well. Okay, so this, having given this, so what do we do as Technology Innovation Hub on Autonomous Navigation? I mean, all of us know navigation means mobility, right? Navigation enables somebody to move from point A to point B. That is basically the definition of navigation. When I talk about autonomous navigation, that means autonomous means there is no human intervention, right? It is all automated, right? So how can mobility be automated, whatever be the sector is? Okay, that's what we call as smart mobility or next generation mobility. So Technology Innovation Hub at IIT Hyderabad works on, coming up with next generation mobility solutions, right? So specifically when we are talking about navigation or mobility, safety is the primary, agenda that the technology should focus on, right? That's why this hub is what we call as the hub for safe, sustainable next generation mobility solutions. And if you see, I don't know, the pointer is working. Okay, so here, the technology that we are developing, if you see, the area is on transportation, agriculture, defense, okay, infrastructure monitoring. So these are the different areas in which the technology is being developed, okay, and being, the most important thing I would see, you can see in this, primary focus not only on, fundamental research, but also on translational research. So when I talk about translational research, what do we mean by translational research? So we are all very good as academicians and researchers, publishing papers, okay, filing patents, and the next thing that we do is, do POCs. When I say POC, at the lab level, right? Lab level POCs, we are very good at doing it, okay. But what do we mean by translational research? How do I take my POC or technology that I have demonstrated in the lab, which to the level which can be directly adopted by the industry. Okay, so that is what we mean by translational research. Translational research means my research should aid industry in directly adopting my technology that I have developed. Okay, so that is the vision with which the Government of India is moving towards. They want to actually make all the R&D projects towards translational research so that India can translate from service-based nation to product-based nation. So, okay, by 2047, Viksit Bharat and other things, Atmanirbhar Bharat and things like that, all the government programs are moving towards how to make India as a self-sufficient country, how to make India as a product-owning nation, right? So, these kind of programs are launched by Government of India with that vision. Okay, so that is the reason we call it no more as a foundational R&D, but we also focus on translational R&D. When I say translational R&D, the products or the research that I'm doing should lead to higher technology readiness levels, TRL levels that they call, which can be directly adopted by the industry. Okay, so something which is at TRL level of 7 and above, industry is very much focusing towards such kind of technologies from the country so that that can be directly adopted by them without so much of time invested by them to take it to the market. Okay, so that is what we are doing. So this, as I've told, research and technology development, and then because we do a lot of translational research, who takes it to the market? It's none other than industry, right? So strong industry collaboration. And the most important thing, it's not only the strong industry collaboration, we should also create a strong entrepreneurship ecosystem in the country, right? So the innovation hubs that are being set up by Government of India, the R&D, should also lead to entrepreneurship ecosystem in the country. If you see the funding, almost like 30 to 40% of the funding is on reserved for entrepreneurship activities in this specialized area of mobility. Okay, so that's what we have said, entrepreneurship startup ecosystem. Then obviously international collaborations so that we compete not only for the Indian market but also for the global market. Our products should be such that it's not only catering to Indian market but also should cater to the global market. Okay, so that's the primary focus as well of such kind of mission projects. And the next very important thing, human resource development, right? And multiple programs have been launched as part of it, starting from fellowships from the undergraduate level, postgraduate, PhD, postdoctoral fellowship. We have chair professors and faculty fellowships across the country, okay, being supported by such kind of mission projects, okay, specifically in the area of mobility, okay, and then a number of skill development programs or workshops have been conducted so far in this area. And what is very unique about IIT Hyderabad, we have come up with a very unique concept or a unique selling point, I would say, for IIT Hyderabad. We have an autonomous navigation test bed set up at IIT Hyderabad. I'll talk about it as we go along. Yeah, so this is the autonomous navigation test bed. So the one which I show, the Google map, that says, our campus, which is around 600 acres. The highlighted red bubbled one is around 10 acres, okay, which we call as the navigation test bed. Autonomous navigation test bed, or we also call it as a living lab. Okay, I was talking about the translational research, right? When we are talking about translational research, we need dedicated space where the product is tested and validated as per the standards, right? So when I talk about standards, there are different standardizing bodies, like it may be when I talk about mobility, autonomous vehicles, Euro NCAP standards, UNEC standards, ISO standard, BIS standard, right? Different kind of standards exist. So we need to do, after my lab development of the prototype, I have to go to the field and test the product as per the standard. So that's what happens in this. This is one of the very unique, the first of its kind in the country itself, where 10 acres of land have been dedicated for, development of autonomous vehicles and autonomous drone, okay, in the country. Okay, so that's what you can see, you can see this is the aerial view, a drone-based image, different kind of test tracks, like it has 3-lane road, 2-lane road, sharp S-curves, signalized, unsignalized intersections, different kind of connectivity, CV2X, connected vehicle technology, 5G standard, communication enabled, so that, you can test different kind of connected autonomous vehicles as well, right? So all these features are integrated in the test bed, which enables somebody to do R&D and do product development, which is ready for commercialization or adoption by the industry, right? So this is first of its kind in the country, which exists at IIT Hyderabad, which was actually inaugurated by Minister of Science and Technology, Dr. Jitendra Singh, right? So again, it follows all the standards, as I was saying, Euro NCAP standards, IRC standards, etc. Right, so again, what are the different features? Like you enter into the test bed, you'll be able to actually even emulate a rainfall, right? And how does an autonomous vehicle or an autonomous drone behaves if there is going to be a rainfall or if it is going to be a fog condition, right? So such kind of rainfall and fog generation is also integrated in the test bed itself, so that the technology is ready for all weather conditions. That's most important, right? It's not only the daylight condition, it should be working in all light conditions. When I'm driving an autonomous vehicle, it should not only work in the sunlight condition, it should work even in the night condition, which means, it should be working in all weather, all light conditions. So all these things is facilitated in the test bed so that you can develop the technology in the test bed and prove it as per the standards, right? And, we work on drones, okay? So when we talk about mobility, now it's no more ground vehicle. We have already started using drones. At least I would say, today morning we were seeing drones going around capturing a lot of videos about the event, right? And drones are also exhaustively being utilized in the agriculture sector for pesticide and etc. All of us are aware of it. Beyond this, now drones are going to be adopted for cargo transportation, right? Transportation of, your parcels from one location to another. Already postal service have started adopting kind of drones for delivery of postal services in some sectors. Going forward, we are thinking that drones can also be utilized as a personalized air vehicle, which we call as air taxis, right? So Government of India, Department of Civil Aviation have come up with the regulations for, I would say, vertiports. What are vertiports? Like about helipads, right? A dedicated landing area for helicopters. Similarly, a dedicated landing area for heavy payload drones. Specifically, I would say something about air taxis as well, right? Vertiports, already Ministry of Civil Aviation, Government of India have given out the standards of how the vertiport should be constructed in the country. So at IIT Hyderabad, because we are working on multimodal transportation, not only the ground-based but also aerial vehicles, that is drones, the test bed also have vertiport. You can see at the end, vertiport, where very heavy payload drone, specifically air taxis, can land and take off, okay, from the test bed itself. Okay, so that's why I would say it's a next generation test bed for generation or for testing and development or research and development of next generation technology in mobility, right? So this is briefly about the test bed that we have. Okay, so I have the test bed. What do I do? So let's get into this. Yeah, so the technology development. So again, as I was saying, like we should be, India should become a product nation. What do I mean by product nation? So product nation is I should own the IP. So what do I mean by owning the IP? So the brain of the autonomous system should be with us, right? So that is what I mean as the IP or the product, okay, developed by our nation. So as product development, what do we do for autonomous vehicle? The complete autonomous driving stack, right? So when I say driving stack, starting from, you can see different subsections here. I'll not get into details of it, but it's similar to a human, right? So I have my sensors. When I say about sensors, I can see, I can hear, I can smell, taste and other things. These are kind of sensors, right? So I have camera, I have LiDAR, I have radar and other things. So multiple sensors, which are electronic gadgets, which can actually sense the environment and give what it is, right? So this sensor fusion is the first stack that we have. And after that, the perception. So after getting the data from the sensor, there should be somebody who has to process this. Of course, here my brain processes what I see, what I taste, what I hear, right? Similarly, there is a perception stack sitting, right? There is a compute device, a controller device, which is sitting there, which is actually processing the data from the sensor, coming up with a perception inference, right? So there is a perception stack sitting there. The next thing is, now we are focusing about mobility. Mobility is what? I have to, when I started itself, I said I have to navigate from one point to another, right? Point A to B. So that means I have to plan the path. I have to figure out what is the route I have to take, right? So the next part, after I see, after I sense, after I see what are all there in the environment, I have to start planning my path from the source to the destination. So that's what we see as the planning algorithm. Then the control action. What is control action? Maybe I have to turn right, turn left, make a U-turn to reach the destination, right? So that is what we mean by the control action. So the vehicle has to steer, it has to brake, it has to accelerate, it has to stop, whatever it has to do, right? So these are actually the parts of an autonomous navigation system, which is similar to a human who actually sense, perceive, then take an action if he has to move from one place to another. Same thing we have to translate now into an autonomous vehicle. That's what we do, right? So this is the technology that we develop. Okay, so the same, complete sensor integration, perception development, planning algorithms, and control algorithms. Okay, the complete end-to-end stack, what we call as the autonomous driving stack, is developed at IIT Hyderabad. And what do? We deploy a different category of vehicles because, again, each of the vehicle have its own characteristic, starting from slow-moving vehicle, which you can see, like the golf carts, which are utilized in the campuses for movement of people, right? Starting from golf carts to commercial vehicles, which can even fly at almost 120 to 150 km per hour on the roads, right? So our stack, we develop the stack and deploy it on multiple variety of vehicles or category of vehicles so that the technology is robust, right? It can be fine-tuned, right? So this is what we do, okay? So we have the complete in-house autonomous driving stack, which is actually developed and, designed, fine-tuned for different category of vehicles as well, okay? Now going forward, so I was talking about perception, right? Perception is what? It's the brain of the system. It has to decide, it has to take the control actions, right? So that's where all your artificial intelligence comes into play, cognition comes into play, right? And all of us know when we want to work on machine learning or artificial intelligence, deep learning techniques, a huge amount of data is required, right? So in that context, again, at IIT Hyderabad, we have something called as, a data collection vehicle, the one which you see here. It is fitted with a number of sensors, starting from camera, LiDAR, radar, positioning sensors, ultrasonic sensors, everything fitted on it. And we have started the mission which we call a safari, starting from Hyderabad up to Jammu and Kashmir. We've driven the vehicle, okay, collecting the data. So more than 40 plus cities have been, cut across, collecting data, okay. And the most important thing, our country is so much hybrid. When I say hybrid, in terms of language, when I cross the city border from Telangana to when I enter into Maharashtra, the name words are all completely different, right? It's no more Telugu, it's Maharashtrian. So, how does the vehicle respond when it sees a name board, right? Because the states, from one state to another state, the language itself changes, right? So, this kind of data is very, very important for us to actually train the autonomous vehicle, right? So that's what we have done. We have driven across the different states, collecting all the information in the roads. What does a vehicle see when it is actually going through the route? Going through the road. That's very important. So that I will design my cognition algorithm to make it more robust, to work in all the roads, right? Across the cities, across the states, right? So to make it more robust, this exercise is very important, and we have done it, right? So we have, I think, so this are, different, I would say, that is the data which was collected. Again, it's a multimodal, fused data set, in Chandigarh city. So all these things are a glimpse of the data collection activity, because we are working on autonomous system which is more reliable on artificial intelligence or cognition building, right? Yeah, so I think during the introduction, she was mentioning, right, we have deployed an autonomous campus shuttle at IIT Hyderabad. I would say IIT Hyderabad is the only campus campus, when you step into the campus, you can experience an autonomous vehicle ride. Our campus, as I showed, it's around 600 acres. From the main gate to the hostel circle, it's around 4 kilometers. So we have deployed this autonomous campus shuttle, open to everybody who steps in can take go from the main gate to the hostel circle or the academic zone in an autonomous vehicle. Otherwise, you may have to go to US to experience with Waymo or Tesla. So that's one of the things where we have deployed this technology in the campus itself since 2023, and it's running very successfully. More than 25,000 kilometers we have run in the campus in autonomous mode. And the same technology in different campuses we have deployed, recently in AP Secretariat, Amravati. Also the same technology was also deployed. So these are some deployments. And the most important, a number of industry come to us. This is one of the industry and international agency which sent their vehicle from abroad, and we have converted that into autonomous. So these are some of the deployments of our technology. This is a connected vehicle technology, right? So this is the test bed. You can see this. So these are some of the other, we talk about autonomous vehicles. What next in autonomous vehicles? Something called as software-defined vehicles. What do we mean by software-defined vehicle? So we are moving towards a pace where, vehicle is once sold. We are aware of, every day morning, sometimes after a week or so, my Samsung phone or iPhone says there is a software update. Right? So the same thing is what we are translating as software-defined vehicles. So you buy the vehicle, So for the next version of the vehicle, you don't have to get the next version of the physical car, but the software update happens from the cloud, right? So that's what we mean by software-defined vehicles. So they give you a platform, a basic version, and advanced feature can be updated from the cloud itself, That's what, it's called as a programmable E&E architecture. So that's what the next stage of autonomous vehicle is. We are moving towards that. So this is all about the ground vehicles. Since I told that we are also working on drones, I'll just briefly touch upon what we are doing on drones. So you can see, here a different category of drones. Most of us, whatever we saw here kind of is a nano drone, and mostly whatever we see in agriculture is all small category drones. There is about 25 kg, it's medium, about 50 kg, it is large. So at IIT Hyderabad, we work on different category of drones, starting from nano up to heavy payload drone. So I'll just show you this. So this is a heavy payload category drone. This is actually a single, I would say, a passenger drone which can carry up to a 100 kg payload. There is a mannequin which is sitting there. This is from one end of the campus. A 4-kilometer air corridor was set up, and we are doing the trials. Which we call this as palankia. Palankia in Telugu, I think it's a Sanskrit word of palaku, right, which can carry actually a single person at least. So the first version already tested, trialed. It's all completely autonomous. Nobody is piloting it. It's all pre-programmed. It's completely autonomous. We are working on the next version, which you see there. Which is Palanka 2, which is actually undergoing test. So this is a heavy payload drone which can be utilized for carrying humans. Specifically in our context, it's more can be like an air ambulance, right, where you want to actually in emergency evacuate a person from one place to another, to the nearby hospital and other places, right, that may be the immediate requirement. The next version, I would say, another heavy payload drone which we call as the Chakravyu. This can carry up to 200 kg of load. So this is also tested, validated, and we are working with defense for some of these prototypes to be delivered to them. So these are some of the finer details, technology details. And the next very important thing, this is a surveillance drone, an AI-enabled surveillance drone. And then, the swarm of drones. You can see here a swarm of drones. Again, this is very, very important. When there is a large area, we want to deploy multiple drones to do large area surveillance. Specifically, again, strategically is more important, right? So we have this swarm of drone technology as well. So these are some of the other deployments. So this is again one very interesting thing, indoor navigation drone. drones. Again, this is very useful for defense applications. So apart from the conventional drones that we have seen, we also work on something called as bio-mimicked drones or bio-inspired drones. So you can see in this, you can maybe, it's like a honeybee, right? A drone which is like a honeybee. Okay, so this is more again from the strategic application perspective, which is camouflaged, and it can be utilized for, surveillance applications, right? So they are also called as ornithocopters. Yeah, I think. So these are some of the, again, edge-based drones and some more technology. Again, as I was saying, we are moving towards cloud-based, over-the-air updates. So all these are some of the advanced technologies. And Manning, again, one of our, guests was saying about the standardization process. All these are very, very niche technology, advanced technologies. So there does not exist any of the standards so far. So who will evolve with the standard? And specifically, the standards have to be custom designed for India-specific region, I would say country-specific. Okay, so we participate a lot in standards building also, because we do not have standard for autonomous vehicle. We do not have standards for autonomous drones in the country. Okay, so with the R&D that we do, we contribute a lot to TSDSI, BIS, and other bodies in terms of standardization as well. Okay, yeah. So at IIT Hyderabad, we are working on end-to-end connectivity, starting from last mile, shared services, and also, I would say personalized air vehicles, like, whatever I was talking about, the air taxis. Okay, end-to-end multimodal transportation as, solution for next generation mobility solutions. Yeah, thank you so much. Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. That was very insightful and enriching, specifically when you talked about the progress of safe and sustainable mobility, and then translational research, and also how to build self-sustainable ecosystems. Thank you so much, ma'am. So now, as we celebrate Women 5.0, it is my privilege to introduce a woman who truly embodies these ideas. Srimati Shailaja Kiran, MD of Margadarshi Chit Fund and Kalanjali, is a distinguished leader whose visionary stewardship transformed Margadarshi Chit Fund into a nationwide success story, and whose work with Kalanjali has championed India's handloom artisans and women-driven craftsmanship. A recipient of multiple awards for excellence and entrepreneurship, she stands as a powerful symbol of determination, innovation, and progress. Please join the hands in welcoming Mrs. Shailaja Kiran to deliver a speech.
Good morning, everyone. My dear students, delegates, and dignitaries on stage, it's a privilege and a joy to stand before this vibrant gathering of women and men who believe in possibility, in progress, and in the power of change. When I first read that theme, Women 5.0, what does it mean? To me, it signals an evolution. We trace our journey through time, as Dr. Vijayalakshmi Garu mentioned. Women 1.0 was about survival, finding a voice in a world that often denied it. Women 2.0 was awakening, demanding education and basic rights. Women 3.0 stood for empowerment, entering workplaces, politics, and professions. Women 4.0 sought equality, fighting for representation and recognition. We need to change the attitude with which we look at women. A progressive society does not say she's just a woman. It says she is an equal, she is capable, and she is powerful. Women don't need permission. They need opportunity. They don't need protection, they need respect. They don't need sympathy, they need equality. Mindset is not changed by laws alone. It changes when homes change, families change, and thinking changes. When a woman hears her parents say, "We trust you," when a husband says, "Go ahead, I'm with you," and when children say, "We are proud of you," something magical happens. She gains confidence. She begins to believe in herself. She becomes ready to face the world. Confidence is the first gift a family can give a woman, and I stand before you as an example of that. I'd like to say a few words about myself. I'm a graduate from Ethiraj College, Chennai. I went to PSG College of Tech, MBA. I always grew up being the eldest daughter of parents with two girls. Always thought my father was an entrepreneur, started hatcheries, and I always grew up thinking that I will be running his business. So right from 10th class onwards, I used to go to office, see what he was doing, not only learn what he was doing, I also learned cooking from my mother by seeing. I never cooked. She never let me cook because I was in hostels, and she used to think that I'll hurt myself. But 3 times in my life so far, I have cooked only by seeing what she did. So why I'm saying this is, if you observe intensely, you can do anything in life. And when I got married, I told my husband, okay, I knew I was going into a very well-to-do family, but I told him that unless I am allowed to be a career woman, I'm not going to go ahead with this. And he was too happy to have a career woman as his wife, and that's how I started getting into business. When I started working with Margdarshi Funds, it had a turnover of 100 crores, and today we've touched 12,000 crores turnover, 129 branches, operating in 4 states. This is what confidence can do to a woman. Woman 5.0, the woman of today, stands for leadership with compassion, inclusion with innovation, and power with purpose. This is the era of the evolved woman, digitally skilled, socially conscious, globally connected, and deeply human. For generations, power was defined by control, authority, and hierarchy. But women 5.0 are teaching the world that true power lies in empathy, collaboration, and resilience. When the pandemic struck, we saw Jacinda Ardern, the President of New Zealand, with her empathy and decisive clarity, proving that kindness is not a weakness but a strategy. She was conferred damehood and made a knight for her kindness with which she handled the attack that was there on the mosque and also the volcanic eruption. Power is no longer about being above others, but it is about lifting others. In our organizations, in our communities, and in our families, leadership today is all about creating spaces where others can thrive. Every generation of women has pushed humanity forward, from Savitribai Phule, who opened the first school for girls in 1848, or Dr. Tessie Thomas, who was heading India's 4th and 5th Agni missile projects. The story of progress is written in courage and conviction. In politics, India's Women Reservation Bill 2023 has assured 1/3 representation of women in parliament and state assemblies. This is going to get implemented from 2029, a milestone that will reshape public life. In business, over 15 million women entrepreneurs are driving India's MSME sector. And in rural India, the Kudumbashri movement in Kerala has shown how women collectives can transform local economies and create security for millions of livelihoods. Progress is visible, but we must remember each statistics represents countless unseen efforts, late nights, and moments of self-doubt turned into determination. Progress is never accidental. It is intentional. While we celebrate progress, equality remains an unfinished chapter. Even today, women on an average earn less than men for the same work. In most Fortune 500 companies, less than 10% of CEOs are women. Unpaid care work, the invisible backbone of our society, still falls disproportionately on women. But the picture is changing. Great women entrepreneurs don't just start businesses, they start missions. Consider Falguni Nair, founder of Nykaa. At the age of 50, she got out of her comfort zone, left a secure job to create an e-commerce beauty platform for Indian women. People mocked her, investors doubted her. But her mission was clear: to give women access to quality products and confidence. Nykaa became a billion-dollar company. Falguni Nair became India's richest self-made woman. Her success comes from purpose, not privilege. Roshni Nadar Malhotra, India's first woman to head listed IT company, shows that succession can be merit-based and not gender-based. Leena Nair, global CEO of Chanel, reminds us that a small-town girl from Kolhapur can lead one of the world's most iconic luxury brands. Geeta Gopinath, Deputy Managing Director of International Monetary Fund, shapes global economic policies from an Indian perspective. Equality is not merely about opportunity, it's about outcome. It requires supportive ecosystems, mentorship, flexible workplaces, inclusive hiring, and most importantly, the courage of leadership to believe in diversity. Diversity is being invited to the meeting. Inclusion is being asked to speak. Innovation is not just technological, it's the ability to see differently, to connect the dots together what others overlook to see. Women have always been innovators. Dr. Swati Mohan, the Indian origin NASA engineer, guided the landing of the Mars Perseverance rover. Aditi Avasti, founder of Imbibe, is using artificial intelligence to personalize education for millions of students. Chetna Gala Sinha created Mandeshi Mahila Bank, giving rural women access to credit and confidence across sectors: healthcare, fintech, renewable energy, education, and the creative arts. Women are not just participating, but they are pioneering. What really makes women entrepreneurs successful? These women of today, they're not waiting for the doors to open. They're building the infrastructure and opening the doors for others. When women innovate, they don't simply create profit, they create progress with purpose. Every successful woman entrepreneur breaks a barrier. and sets a new standard. Think of Sudha Murthy, the first woman engineer hired at Telco, a philanthropist, an educator, and the backbone of Infosys Foundation. Despite stereotypes, she rose in a male-dominated world with simplicity, humility, and determination. Her success came from quiet courage. The future belongs to those who can merge humanity with technology, empathy with efficiency, and purpose with performance. That future is feminine in spirit, though not exclusive to women, so all the men here can be happy about it, because it values balance, care, and sustainability. We are entering a decade where women will lead in AI ethics, ensuring technology remains humane. Women entrepreneurs will build climate-smart and socially responsible businesses. In government and in governance, the next generation In government and governance, more women will design policies rooted in inclusion. In science and sports, the next generation will soar higher than we imagined. The possibilities before us are endless, but they require partnership. Men and women must walk this road together. Gender equality is not a woman's issue. It is a societal imperative. When women rise, industries rise. When women lead, communities grow. When women succeed, nations progress. As I look around this hall, I see the face of Women 5.0, the entrepreneur with a dream, the teacher shaping your minds, the professional balancing of ambition and care, the students with questions no one has asked before. You are not just part of change, you are the change. There is no force more powerful than a woman determined to rise. Empowered women don't compete with men, they complete the world. When women lead, humanity wins. I would like to mention that you need to think big. You need to have multiple goals. You need to create the businesses which become characteristics, and they are the kings of that category, like the Ubers, like the Apples, like the Amazons. So let us step into the era of Women 5.0 with our heads held high and our hearts open, ready to harness power, accelerate progress, and unlock infinite possibilities. Thank you, Jai Hind.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for talking about the qualities that embody a woman and also chatting success stories of various women in different sectors. So thank you so much, ma'am. And a leader who inspires progress. We humbly request Professor Tamma Koti Reddy, Vice Chancellor in charge, IFHE, to kindly come forward and share a few words with us.
Respected Madam Srimati Shobharani SSV, Chairperson Equal Society, Mrs. Shailaja Kiran Garu, Managing Director, Margadarshi Chit Fund Private Limited and Kalanjali Group, Professor P. Rajalakshmi, Professor Deepa Srinivasan, Professor Sivita Rani, and Professor S. Vijayalakshmi, Directors and Deans of the constituent units of ICFI Foundation for Higher Education, the paper presenters, faculty colleagues, research scholars, media, a warm welcome to you all. On behalf of the organizing committee of today's conference, I welcome you all to the today international conference, Women 5.0, Power, Progress and Possibilities, organized by Center for Women Development, ICFI Foundation for Higher Education, Hyderabad. India has a rich cultural heritage that places a significant emphasis on roles and responsibilities of women in the society. However, women in India faced various challenges for many years, including discrimination, violence, and limited access to education, health, and employment opportunities. Over the past 40 decades, the significant progress has been achieved towards achieving gender equality and empowering women. Historically, women in India have been at the forefront of political movements, from freedom struggle to contemporary electoral politics, advocating for rights, representation, and social justice. Women power in India is rapidly growing across economic, political, and social spheres, marked by increased female labor force participation, entrepreneurship, especially in micro, small and medium enterprises, rising representation in STEM and defense, financial inclusion, and significant cultural shift in decision making. The female labor force participation in India has risen from 23% in 2017-18 to 41% by 2023-24. This rise is largely attributed to increased participation in rural areas, often linked to the distress employment programs like Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Program. Women's micro, small and medium entrepreneurship in India is a rapidly growing force, with women owning 20 to 25% of the total 63 million micro, small and medium enterprises, providing employment opportunities for 22 to 27 million people. About 43% of STEM graduates in India are women, which is the highest in the world. Greater women's participation in tech sector will make women more strong and influential, giving a boost to their socio-economic situation in the society. For the first time in the Indian military history, 17 women cadets graduated from National Defense Academy, marking a historical step towards gender-inclusive military leadership and opening the path for future women service chiefs. The financial inclusion is crucial to achieve the economic empowerment of women. One of the targets under 5th Sustainable Development Goal on gender equality. Financial inclusion has shown a positive impact on women's control over household resources by increasing their savings. So as the savings of the women has been raised, they are able to spend more amount towards the education, health for the rest of the family members. So as a result, we have seen some progress in terms of education, health facilities in the economy. Over 55% of PM Gender Yojana accounts are held by women, with more than 31.36 female beneficiaries as of August 2025. The Global Index 2024 report indicates that 86% of Indian women now have a bank account. Women are making strides as entrepreneurs. Approximately 68% of loans under PM Mudra Yojana, around 83% of loans under Stand Up India scheme have been sanctioned to women. The gender gap in a digital payment usage is narrowing, decreasing from 15% in 2014 to 11% in 2024. However, the rate of adoption among men is still more than double that of women. The worker population ratio has a stronger positive relationship with economic development. The female worker population ratio has increased from 22% in 2017-18 to 40% by 2023-24. It indicates a high level of female engagement in productive activities within the economy. Women's equal participation and leadership in political and public life are essential to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. In the Lok Sabha, the number of female representation rises from 5% in 1951 to 13.6% in 2024. The female representation in Rajya Sabha rises from 7% in 1952 to 13% in 2023. In 2022, women comprised 44% of representatives in local self-government institutions with a total number of 13 lakh female representatives. As far as the cooperative sector is concerned, women play a significant role in cooperative sector, constituting more than 60% of the sector. Additionally, around 10 crore women are associated with self-help groups, driving the financial independence at the grassroots level. Enhanced market access, better infrastructure facilities, and innovative creative solutions are ensuring that rural women are not just participants but leaders in the cooperative movement. As of November 2024, there are more than 25,000 women welfare cooperative societies and more than 1.4 lakh dairy cooperatives in India, providing livelihood and opportunities to countless rural women. The Indian progress over the last few decades has been shaped significantly by the resilience and the contribution of its women. Whether in agriculture, education, governance, technology, entrepreneurship, sports, science, or arts, women have continuously expanded the boundaries of what was once considered possible. There is a greater enrollment of women in professional degrees in the field of engineering, medicine, law, business, and social services. There has also been an increasing number of women employees in the workforce, particularly in the IT sector, healthcare, finance, media, and entrepreneurship sectors. While we discuss the achievements, we must honestly confront the persistent challenges that women are facing at present, such as gender gaps in the labor force participation, unequal wages and occupational clustering. For example, according to International Labour Organization, women earn roughly 73% of what men earns. So there was a 27% gap in terms of wages paid to both the men and women. And safety concerns and gender-based violence, digital divide and limited access to assets, underrepresentation in top leadership roles. These are the various problems that women have been experiencing. The young women in the age group of 15 to 29, particularly those with young women in the age group of 15 to 29, particularly those with higher education, face substantial challenges in securing employment. Among the young women, unemployment rate was 21.6% in 2024 compared to 15.8% for men. Graduate level female unemployment stood at 34.5% compared to 26.4% for male graduates. About 43% of the STEM graduates are women, as I mentioned earlier, but only 14% secure the STEM jobs. Young women are more likely to engage in agriculture than young men. In tertiary sector activities such as trade, hotels and restaurants, public administration, health, education, transport, storage and communication, there is a large gender gap in favor of men. India has a large proportion of youth, particularly among women, not in education or employment or training, and this was especially more pronounced among older youths than younger ones. For example, if you observe, the women not in employment, not in education, and not in training amounted to 48.4%, while it was 9.8% among their male counterparts. Despite constituting a significant portion of agricultural workforce, their proportion in the workforce, agriculture sector is more, but they own only 14% of the agricultural land. This severely limits their access to the institutional credit, subsidies, technology, and extension services. These are not the gender-related issues, they are national development issues. So, addressing these issues require the coordination efforts between the government, institutions, communities, and families are required to address these issues. While progress is visible, we have seen the progress, the horizon of possibilities is even brighter. So, if India wants to get benefited from the demographic dividend, it is necessary to enhance female labor force participation. Once we enhance the female labor force participation, it can add trillions of rupees to the national income of the country. The proper steps are required to turn the huge female STEM graduates, because 43% out of the STEM graduates, women proportion was 43%. If you convert them into the leadership in artificial intelligence, robotics, green tech, health tech, and digital services, so it would help them to achieve some empowerment. By investing in mentorship, research funding, innovation ecosystem, and gender-inclusive workplaces, India can create the world's most diverse and dynamic STEM workforce. So, women-led micro-enterprises and startups are expanding. They are rapidly expanding. With access to credit, markets, digital tools, supply chain linkages, women can redefine the local economies. They can create more employment opportunities by moving from micro to small enterprises and from small enterprises to medium enterprises. The integration of technology in governance opens new possibilities for ensuring dignity and protection. Digital empowerment is not only a tool of convenience, it is a gateway to financial independence, civic participation, and social mobility. So the empowering women through climate technology, green technology, and sustainable livelihoods can transform India's climate resilience strategy, ensuring women's representation at all levels, that is at the national, state, and at the corporate level also, in policy decisions and scientific research is also essential. The economic empowerment among women can be achieved by adopting gender-responsive budgeting, expand social security benefits, formalizing the employment, ensuring safety mobility, and promoting flexible work arrangements. By creating women entrepreneurship, India could create more than 30 million women-owned enterprises, potentially creating 150 to 170 million jobs. And we have to encourage the universities and industries for collaboration, encourage universities and industries to collaborate through internships, apprenticeship, and research partnerships. The declaration of 2026 as the International Year of Women Farmer, it is an opportunity for the governments to introduce systematic reforms in the agricultural sector. The women farmers are not just beneficiaries, they are agents of change for ensuring food security, rural prosperity, and climate resilience. To sum up, I thank the organizing committee, advisory committee, and the members of the Center for Women Development at ECFI Foundation for Education for an excellent organization of this conference. I sincerely appreciate the efforts of Professor S. Vijayalakshmi in successfully organizing this conference. I extend my sincere gratitude to Madam Srimati Shobharani Yashashvi, Chairperson ECFI Society, Shri V.R. Shankara, President ECFI Society, for their exceptional dedication to promoting academic excellence. I wish all the paper presenters and other participants to have a fruitful deliberations and a transformative conference ahead. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for talking about the power of women and the statistics of gender disparity, and also the possible opportunities that are open for women, truly embodying the spirit of this conference. Now we move further, and then I'd like to invite our distinguished dignitaries to join us for the launch of Book of Abstracts, a concise reflection of the research presented at this conference.
Please open the cover. There is no packing. Thank you. Thank you. We are opening the cover. Just a little open.
Thank you. Now we request Mr. Sudhakar Rao, Director Branding, IFHE, to join all the dignitaries on the dais to launch his book titled One Step at a Time. Sir, please.
Sir, me then.
Where are the books?
Please come. Please come.
Yeah. Now we request Mr. Sudhakar Rao, sir, to share a few words about the book.
Mrs. Shailaja Kiran, Madam Shobharani Yashashvi, Dr. Mamta Achanta, my sister, Dr. Nida, Mr. Pattabhiram and his students, directors, deans, faculty of constituent schools of ICFI here in Hyderabad, the organizers led by Dr. Vijayalakshmi, the collaborators led by University of Hyderabad, all the esteemed professors, good morning to all of you. I welcome you all to this book launch, and my co-author, Dr. Nischita Muppavarapu, I believe she is online. Can we bring her on the screen, please? She is joining from Chennai. She is not able to travel to Hyderabad for this book launch. I'll briefly, while this is being set up, I'll briefly explain. This is the journey of our student, Dr. Nischita. She studied MBA with ICFI 20 years back, and after that she has switched into MBBS, which is a rare thing. She has become a doctor. That was a big choice, a big decision to make. And from there, She studied specializations in US and other countries, and she has become aesthetic dermatologist. And right now she has clients like Rajnikant, Kamal Hassan, Stalin, and the ilk. She has prestigious clients. Of late, she has been appointed as the consular, honorary consular for the Republic of Costa Rica in Chennai. She was also one of the youngest members of the Tirumala Tirupati Devasthanam board. At the age of probably 32, 33, she was appointed. She is now 40. So this book is about 40 years of life, 35 years of, evolution, 20 years of mentorship. I come in there. At various crossroads and junctions at dilemma points, she had consulted me and I kind of responded, which she captured everything in the book. All in 162 pages in 12 chapters. Dr. Debashish Chatterjee, the director of IIM Kozhikode, has written the foreword. I want to thank him for writing the foreword. The book cover is designed by Mr. P. Rajendra Prasad, who is somewhere here. Raise your hand. He is a gold medalist photographer from the Jawaharlal, from the JNTU College of Fine Arts. I want to thank Dr. Vijay Lakshmi Garu for encouraging me to launch this book in this conference. Women 5.0 is an amazing conference. When I started curating the themes and the topics and the discussion points for this and interacting with Dr. Vijay Lakshmi, I felt this is something we need to support and be part of wholeheartedly. So Women 5.0 and a high five to all the men in this room. Why this book is connected to the conference? There is one connection. It is not about, the Women 5.0 is not about chronological evolution of, say, from 1.0 pre-1900s to the 5.0 from post-COVID era. It's not about that. It is a civilizational evolution, and this is marked by several accomplishments, reflections, progress, role modeling, and building the nation, and therefore is extremely important. And somewhere very nicely in this book, there is a journey of an individual, but it is not about accomplishments. It is about learnings. It is about pausing, reflecting, capturing those several moments of truth and calling them success when one has got an opportunity to pause and reflect. Success obviously is not a leap. It is in several small moments, and then you will have to redefine it very appropriately whenever you get time to reflect. And that's what exactly has happened. Now, in summary, what I would like to say is that Women 5.0 and One Step at a Time both together say that the progress is actually not a revolution in noise, but it is an evolution in purpose. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for allowing me to speak. I'll request Dr. Nishchita, if she's there, to say a few words. Dr. Nishchita, over to you. She could not join us because her father expired very recently. That's why she is joining remotely. She's not there? Okay. Fair enough. I have spoken on behalf of her, and we have only 5 copies. We will give more copies when we get from the publisher. Probably in the days to come, we'll get that. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving us a brief glimpse about the book. With this, we conclude the launch ceremony. Thank you, dignitaries, for your time and support. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we now request Srimati Yan Shobha Rani Yashashvi, Chairperson, ICFI Group, along with convener CWD, Madam Vijay Lakshmi, to felicitate our distinguished guests. We will first request Dr. Raja Lakshmi, ma'am, to come forward for the felicitation. Now we request Mrs. Sailaja Kiran to come forward for the felicitation. Now we request Dr. Sunita Rani, Dean HCU, to come forward for the felicitation. Now I request Professor Deepa Srinivas to come forward for the felicitation, please. We have a few more. Now we request Srimati N. Shobharani Yashashvi ma'am and our registrar ma'am to felicitate our VC in charge, Professor T. Koti Reddy sir. Please give a big round of applause, everyone. Ma'am, one more ma'am. Now I request Shobha Rani ma'am to felicitate our convener CWD, Dr. Vijay Lakshmi ma'am, to commemorate her relentless effort and to making this event a grand success. So please join her. Yeah. Thank you, ma'am, for honoring our people and adding grace to this occasion.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Now we take this opportunity to acknowledge and honor our valued sponsors whose generous support has played a vital role in the success of this event. We respectfully invite our esteemed sponsors to please come up onto the dais for their special felicitation. So we have Mr. Debashri Patnaik and Mrs. Rajita Bhatt from Dr. Reddy's, and Mr. Debalochan Swar, Deputy General Manager and Regional Head, Mr. Sirish Chandra Mishra, Chief Manager of Canara Bank, and Mr. Sunil Gogia from Asia Law House, Hyderabad, and Prithvi Raj, Senior Vice President, and Mr. Vikram C, Senior Manager of HDFC Banks. Please, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Please come. Please. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Give a huge round of applause for our sponsors, please. Your encouragement and commitment have strengthened our efforts, enabling us to transform this vision into reality. We extend our sincere gratitude for your trust, partnership, and continued support. Thank you. We now invite Dr. Rajalakshmi ma'am, Mrs. Sailaja Kiran ma'am, and Registrar ma'am to kindly felicitate Srimati Shobha Rani ma'am, whose vision and leadership have profoundly shaped the growth of ICFI Group. Thank you, ma'am, for your exemplary guidance and unwavering support. A big round of applause for ma'am, please. We request Shobha Rani ma'am to share a few words with us.
Namaskaram to all of you on the stage, off the stage. What is there left for me to say? There's nothing much. So I'll say one or two words, that's all. Karagre Vasate Lakshmi, Dr. Vijay Lakshmi and her team are working for the Women Development Center for the success. Let God be with us all. Thank you. God bless you all.
Thank you, ma'am. Short but yet powerful remarks. Now, to formally conclude this session, we now invite Professor Deepa Srinivas to deliver the concluding remarks and offer her scholarly reflections. Please, a big round of applause for ma'am, please.
Good morning. Esteemed delegates, students, and dignitaries on the stage. Pretty much everything has been said, everything that's significant and important for this conference. So I'll also say a few words. We greatly value this collaboration because with this conference titled Women 5.0, Progress, Power, Progress and Possibilities, because we really believe in the possibilities of having a conversation, making connections, as well as having disagreements and difference. All of these are equally important. So I was just looking at the book of abstracts and also listening to the presentations, what the speaker spoke. And it's fascinating that there's a lot of stress on STEM, on technology, and how technology affects our everyday. Not just something out there in the lab, but something that that is all around us. And I was thinking this is an important conversation because as we progress, we need to think also of the openings and the possibilities. Because in a techno-driven world, we also get more and more gated in. And I'm thinking of our
gated campuses, gated communities, and so on. So, coming from a small town, I also feel that we need to open doors where we can. So, push doors open. And probably that is something that will emerge through this conference as to how do we open those doors. And it so happened that yesterday, after a long day, I was watching a movie on Netflix. It's called Humans in the Loop. Keeping in the theme of this, the overwhelming theme of this conference in mind, I was thinking, what an interesting movie that is. Its protagonist is an Adivasi woman, Nema, from Jharkhand, and she works in this small place labeling data for AI. And as she works, it appears like she's working for livelihood and sustenance. But as she works, we realize that Neha is committed to expand the training set for the data, the training data set for the AI, so that it recognizes that which it does not recognize, the data set that is not fed into it, so that it can recognize and value and teach us to value the subjugated knowledges, figures, and people and symbols around us, such as Nema herself, from this Adivasi displaced community of Jharkhand. So I thought probably this collaboration can be in this spirit, such that it enhances our perspectives and experiences, bringing together definitely STEM, science, social science, women's studies, such as what we do, we, Professor Vijayalakshmi and ICFI, what we do, and most importantly, society and its concerns, questions, not only of those who are privileged, but those who are on the margins, because they have a lot to say and they have a lot of knowledge to share and educate us. So I learned a lot from the speakers. I was looking at the abstracts with a lot of interest, and I look forward to the conference in this spirit. Thank you all. Thank you, Professor Vijayalakshmi. Thank you, Honorable Vice Chancellor, for this opportunity to collaborate with you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for those thought-provoking concluding remarks. We now request the convener, CWD, IFHE, Dr. Vijayalakshmi, ma'am, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Namaste to one and all. I stand before you with immense pride and heartfelt gratitude to deliver vote of thanks on behalf of the Center for Women Development, IFHE, at the conclusion of inaugural session of this two-day international conference on Women 5.0, Power, Progress and Possibilities. On behalf of CWD, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to our Chancellor, Dr. C. Rangarajan, for his continued encouragement, guidance and support. We express our deep sense of gratitude to Srimati Shailaja Kiran, Managing Director, Margdarshi Chit Fund, and Kalanjali for gracing this occasion and delivering an inspiring keynote address. Thank you so much, ma'am. We convey our sincere appreciation to Mrs. Swati Lakra, IPS, for readily accepting our invitation, although she could not attend with us due to an urgent cancellation before just 5 minutes of our inauguration due to some CM's program, I think. But she is very enthusiastic to attend this conference, but we deeply value her support. We are saying thanks to her also. Thank you. Our heartfelt thanks to Srimati Raja Lakshmi ma'am, Professor IIT Hyderabad, for her insightful and thought-provoking address, which added immense value to this conference that is focusing on product-based than service-based. Thank you so much, ma'am. We are profoundly grateful to Srimati Shobharani Yashashvi for her gracious presence and her unwavering support to the Center for Women Development right from starting forever. Thank you so much, ma'am. I don't know backbone and front bone, but she is a bone to our CWD. We sincerely thank Sri V.R. Shankara Garu, President ICFI Group, for his constant support and vibrant leadership and guidance throughout this. Our gratitude also extends to Professor T. Kotireddy Garu, in charge Vice Chancellor, for his support and timely direction. And we started troubling him from the last 6 months, asking for so many suggestions. Thank you so much, sir. We express our sincere appreciation to Professor Deepa Srinivas and Professor Sunita Rani from the University of Hyderabad for their invaluable collaboration in organizing this event. Thank you so much, ma'am. Actually, this conference idea came when ma'am visited our university during a panel discussion almost 1 year back. So we started thinking from that day, but our dreams came true, ma'am. Thank you so much for all your support. Our heartfelt acknowledgement goes to our distinguished advisors, Srimati Shushila Kaushik, Srimati Kalpana, President IAWS, Dr. Maya Joan, former President IAWS, and Mrs. Mani Meklai, former President Center for Women Studies, for their continuous guidance and encouragement. Last visit, when I visited Delhi, I met these people. They started telling me, Vijayalakshmi, start on Women 5.2. Then actually I also don't know what is 5.2. Slowly we have emerged out of discussions. They could not be able to come because of the Indigo crisis. That is another crisis which created crisis for us also. So thanks to all of them, and they blessed us and they guided us, and I took a lot of decisions for taking this conference ahead. We gratefully recognize the generous support of our sponsors. I want to say proudly on behalf of Center for Women Development that this is a self-financed or sponsored conference, first time in the ICFI history. All our activities and all the expenses, everything we met through all the sponsors, but it has given us another boost to our Center for Women Development, sir. We gratefully recognize the generous support of Dr. Reddy Labs. Ma'am is there. Big round of applause to her. ICICI Bank, APR Group, HDFC Bank, Canara Bank, Kotak Bank, Varun Motors, Swiss Castle, Arya Convention, and Asian Law House, Hyderabad. They supported till yesterday night. They started in discussion with us, and everything we could be able to achieve. Of course, our university is there for us anytime, but this time we took as a challenge that it should be a self-financed kind of a conference. But our dreams came true. Thanks once again to all of you, sirs. Our sincere thanks, of course, to Narayana sir, Shailajan Garu, Venu sir, Sanjay Floria, to somebody are missing, to all the directors, Sainath Garu is there, to deans, faculty members, and for their best wishes and their always support. I think they might have thought last 1 year these people are working. What is output? This is the output. Yes, I think you will support us. A special word of appreciation to Sudhakar Rao Garu Branding for his unwavering support throughout the conference. Thank you so much, sir. I trouble him also like anything. So this is the result of our torture to you. We want to share that this conference is truly international, as we have received 9 papers internationally from international participants. That is proudly I can say that they are going to give presentation online tomorrow. So this year we are delighted, and one big strange thing happened in this conference that first I should bless and thank all our students. Why? Because I told about the conference theme. Of course, I blackmailed that. if they submit one kind of a paper, see, at the end of the day, university should be benefited, faculty should be benefited, students should be benefited. Their deliberations can be converted into our research papers so that university at large and students specific, they will be benefited. So, big round of applause to all our students who contributed the papers. Nearly 60 students submitted their abstracts. Very interestingly, especially they did lot of work on analysis. So my congratulations and blessings to all of you, to all the students. The women faculty and staff, I'm using the word women specially, underline karke, because they are the strength in our campus. We express our sincere thanks to all the CWD coordinators and members. So by default, everybody is a member in CWD, and coordinators for their tireless and dedicated efforts in making this conference a grand success. I didn't ask anybody, voluntarily they came, they contributed right from day one till yesterday night 4 o'clock. Thanks to all of you. We gratefully acknowledge the contributions of our women leaders, especially Professor Shashikala. She allowed us, all the others, to make the presentations without giving any invigilation duty. So my thanks to her. Professor Sindhuja, Professor C. Padmavati ma'am, I don't know, they are busy with their work, I think. Professor Sitama ma'am, they are peculiarly, ma'am, I want to say one thing. In our university, starting from ma'am, many women are involved in both teaching and administration. They are involved in research, community development, and this is a reflection of Women 5.0. Proudly I can say that, ma'am. Yeah. Even in boards, academic council members, BOS, women quota is there. It is not a quota, it is a voluntary contribution. They are doing a lot in our university for the development of our IFHE. So thanks to all of them. Administration is the backbone of IFHE. We extend our sincere gratitude to the entire IFHE administration. To the entire IFHE administration team under the leadership of Samad Garu, Indranil, Mr. Indranil Garu, Sri Ramanmurthy, Sri Rangarao Garu, Murthy Garu, by standing us ensuring the smooth conduct of this event. So special thanks to Ramchandran and his team. Big round of applause. Because he worked till yesterday night 4 o'clock, they are busy with decorating. Without them, see, it is not our hard work only. Right from Srinivas, who has served as tea around 10 o'clock, ma'am, they are, please leave the office. We want to go home. From them to Ramchandar. So we are grateful to all of them. A very special acknowledgement is due to Mr. V. Madhusudan Rao, Joint Registrar SSD, whose vision and leadership from naming the conference name I have not designed. Proudly, openly I am sharing with you. It is coined by Mr. Madhusudan Rao, Joint Registrar SSD, Women 5.0 coordinating. He is instrumental in bringing sponsorships. Sir, I am only telling you the vote of thanks, but he is instrumental in bringing sponsorships. Entire logistics, that balloon idea is also of Madhusudan sir only. It is not my idea. Played a pivotal role in making this event a great, memorable event. We express our deep sense of gratitude to press and media, both print media and electronic media, for their extensive and meaningful coverage. Finally, I cannot close this session without saying thanks to all the others and all the participants who came all the way pan-India from almost Delhi to Kerala. My sincere respects to all of you. Thank you so much for seeing you in the conference today. Big round of applause to them. Finally, our blessings and heartfelt appreciation to all the children and volunteers from Club Aina, Nazaria, Samavesh, Prayas, Speak Up, Infinity Studios, Drishyam, and the mess committee, whose enthusiasm, creativity and involvement added immense value to this event. So a big thank you one and all. I wish you good time for the next 2 days. If anybody I have missed, please think that they are always appreciated. Thank you one and all.
We now request the dignitaries to join the audience for a group photograph with all of them. So, ma'am, please. Yeah, yes, ma'am. Ma'am, please go ahead and stand there, ma'am. Yeah. Yes, sir. Don't forget. Yes, sir. Yeah, we request all the audience to stand for the group photograph, please.
Yeah, I met him. He was there.
Yeah, all the dignitaries, if you can go on and join the audience, please. Yeah, we request everyone to stand in their places for the national anthem. You stand wherever you are.
Radhe Tava Jaya Radha
break, which will be at the entrance of the auditorium. And also the paper presenters are requested to gather outside the auditorium near the conference banner for their group photographs. Yes, ma'am. Yeah. The refreshment break is for 5 minutes.
So few. So though we have heard a lot of eloquent speeches about the progress and possibilities of women, I'm still asking this question, why are they still so few? Now, the question may be simple, and in fact, what I'm going to say in the next couple of minutes may all be very familiar and well-known to many of you here. But the answers to this question lie in the complex realities of our society. And so, therefore, I feel that we need to keep asking this question and again. We need to keep reiterating this question so that, hopefully there is some change in the years to come. So let me begin by saying, when you look at any discussion, any conversation about women in India, we have two opposing images. One is, of course, the growing victimization of women, particularly reflected in the increasing violence against women and so many other indicators. So on the one hand, we have what is known as increasing victimization, but on the other hand, we also have a growing, very visible sense of assertion of rights, agency, and capabilities. Now, both these pictures, though they are starkly opposed to each other, both of them are true and equally valid, especially when we are having conversations about women and gender equality in India today. Now, what I'm going to do in the next couple of minutes, because very often people go on saying, oh yes, what are you talking about gender inequality? Look at the women, all around. There's so much of equality, etc. So I'm going to start with a certain Indian on representation of women in different sectors. Secondly, what are the key factors for this underrepresentation? And thirdly, what can be done to change the situation? So my presentation is fairly simple and linear, but as I said earlier, we need to keep asking this question, why are women still so few in leadership? Now, let me begin by saying that leadership, as many of you students and faculty know, it has been a much researched topic, particularly in the fields of social psychology, in organizational behavior, in management studies, and so on. It's been extensively researched from the past, 60, 70 years, but gender and leadership or women in leadership is still, it was not that researched and came up to the forefront only from the 1970s and 80s, coinciding with the rise of the women's movement all over the world and also in India. So this has been a kind of a more recent kind of a phenomenon. But still there are some gaps. The gaps, one is that the gender gap itself in leadership is still examined mostly in the formal sector. And we all know that the representation of women, particularly in India, is mostly in the informal sector. So what is happening to these women here? Do they have opportunities? Do they have opportunities to climb up? We don't know anything. So much of the data, and I'm also guilty of presenting that data only because we have only that kind of data. Much of that data is mostly in the coming from the formal sector. A second gap is that the relevance of the intersectionality perspective I'm glad this term was used by my colleagues, Professor Sunita Rani and Deepa Srinivas, earlier this morning. The intersectionality perspective, for those of you who are not familiar, just tells us that oppression, experience of oppression cannot be viewed, understood from a single lens, but rather all of us, because we have multiplicity of identities, we also have multiplicity of oppressions. So the oppression faced by, say, a woman from a disadvantaged section would definitely be much more intense rather than what is being faced by a woman of a privileged social group. So, relevance of the intersectionality perspective to leadership studies is absolutely not examined yet in India. Hopefully, things will change in the years to come. So these are the two main gaps still existing in leadership studies. Because much of the leadership studies earlier were all trait-based. They all wanted to know what kind of exceptional qualities or traits do leaders have. And very often they found all the traits which they said, assertiveness, decisiveness, toughness, and so on, they all corresponded closely to manliness or masculinity. So we don't really have much, we have now come a long way from examining those trait-based leadership theories to examining, as I said, the gender gap in leadership and as well as the intersectionality perspective. Now, just to look at, let me start with one or two sectors, education, because it concerns all of us, some paradoxes. Now, let me begin with primary school teaching, because, that's where it begins. Now, especially to achieve the sustainable development goals, it has been considered that if there is an increase in women teachers in schools, that would be a key intervention to increase overall enrollment. So far, so good. And expansion of primary education, particularly in the last 20 years, has been largely supported by recruitment of women teachers. And it has been found that recruiting women teachers contributes to gender equity goals because they have a positive influence on girl-child retention, both enrollment and retention, enhancing academic achievement, and also challenging gender norms. So if you recruit women teachers in schools, it is a major contribution to gender equity goals. But as I said, so far so good. We have been expanding this sector. We are having more women teachers. But the flip side of what is known as feminization, meaning there are more women in that particular sector, the flip side is that in India, especially, women form 85% of the workforce in school education, which is like not just huge, it's substantial. But then when we come to issues like leadership, in school leadership, we find that there are only 41% of school leadership is female, and also a larger share of contractual workforce, largely coming from government schools, complicates the picture, right? So as you can see, the supply side, it's huge, 85%, but when you come to school leadership, it's still a very small, less than 50% of the workforce. And the fact that we have more women teachers and the fact that teaching is now considered to be feminized means that it reinforces the societal expectations of women as caregivers. As we all know, teaching is considered to be a safe, nice, decent job for women because it enables them to balance work and family. So it reinforces these expectations of women as caregivers, perpetuating stereotypes that in the long run hinder opportunities for leadership positions. And this is from a review of literature done in the last 9 years, 2015 to 24. So this is not some old data that I'm talking about, but really current kind of data. So this is a paradox. Taking the sector of education, this is one paradox. Now, from morning we have been hearing a lot about STEM. Let's look at higher education. This is according to the All India Survey of Higher Education. Again, good news is that the gender parity index in higher education has risen to 1.01, which means that the female enrollment of girls is almost equal or even exceeding that of boys, even in higher education. So it's not confined to primary education, but even in higher education. And in the last 5 years, there has been a rise in female enrollment by quite a substantial height. But, and also, when you look at the highest pinnacle of higher education, which is PhD degrees, women with PhD degrees are now 47%, which means like almost, half, which again represents a doubling of female enrollment in the last 10 years or so. So far, it presents a very rosy picture of women in higher education. And as I said from morning, there's been a lot of focus on STEM, and we quite proudly say that, okay, now women constitute 43% of STEM graduates. 43% of STEM graduates in India, which is the highest proportion among all countries, major economies globally. I think surpasses even that of the United States and so on. And overall, women faculty representation in higher education institutions also has risen by 43%, precisely because of increasing enrollment of girls. So this data definitely, as I said, presents a rosy picture, presents a positive picture, shows the power of, representation of women in not only education, but in higher education. But again, as I said, we come back to the paradox. The paradox is that when you look at, I'll just put the whole thing. When you look at faculty positions, right? When you look at faculty positions in higher education, we find that though there has been a feminization of teaching, there is a progression gap. So as you can see at the assistant professor level, yes, we are, I think, doing fine. But when it comes to more senior kind of positions, the proportion of women, the representation of women increasingly becomes lower. So this growing enrollment of women is not matched by the growth of women in senior leadership positions in higher education. And as you can see, the pictures are pretty dismal. Out of more than 1,000 higher education institutions, only around 10% are led by women. And when you look at senior leadership positions, such as Vice Chancellor, Dean, or Director, or whatever, it's only 7%. And when you add principal, professor, and so on, it rises marginally to 16%. So the transition from education, as I've been saying, education, yes, there has been a phenomenal increase in enrollment, but when you look at the transition from education to the workforce, it shows a very troubling trend. And again, taking the example of STEM only, though women constitute 43% of STEM graduates, only 27% are in the workforce. So again, a huge gap between education and employment, which makes us ask the question, where are the missing women? Where are they? They are studying, but they are not to be seen in the workforce. When you look at corporate sector, because I understand since this is a business school, I thought I'll just present some data on this. When you look at the global data, even here, global data also shows inadequate representation of women in top of the corporations. When you look at India, we see the share of women directors in corporate India, 17%, which is okay, but lower than the global average. And these are some of the other figures. I don't wish to go into. Okay. Not working? Okay, right. And 11% is executive committee chairs, while it is 27% globally. But these are again recent data. But there's one particular aspect which I thought is interesting, that the younger firms, that means the post-liberalization phase, beginning from the 1990s, the younger firms have a higher share in both the board and top management, embracing diversity more than the older firms, which are, which have more kind of rigid socio-cultural norms. So the thing is that even in corporate India, you can see there is an imbalance or inadequate representation of women. Now, very quickly, just to see, again, political sector, the representation of women in parliaments and state legislatures is still very low. But I thought this was a very interesting study, just to show the impact of changing norms. This was a longitudinal study done by Duflo et al. On the impact of the 1993 reservation, the constitutional amendment on 1/3 reservations for women in village pradhan and pradhan positions. This longitudinal study, that means they mapped for a number of years, and they found that initially there was some kind of resistance to women in leadership. Both men and women favored male leaders initially, but with repeated exposure to female leaders, it changed the villagers' beliefs on female leader effectiveness and reduced women's primary association with domestic activities. Initially, these people were saying, oh, what can a woman pradhan do? She has to, work at home. Her domestic work is her main responsibility. What does she know about politics? What can she do contribute in the public domain, etc., etc. But with repeated exposure to women leaders, just the sight of women in leadership positions changed their beliefs. So this is the impact of, repeated exposure, repeated images of women in leadership. It changed their beliefs, and they started believing more in the woman leaders' effectiveness. So this is just an interesting study. I thought I'll just share it with you. Okay. Very quickly, I thought Swati Lakra was going to come, so I thought let me show some in the police force as well. Overall share, even then, it's very small, but overall share of women in police force increased to 12%, but falls short of the 33% target which the Government of India has set for itself. And share in the higher ranks, that is in women police officers, is still very low at 8.7%. But there was a very interesting study done by the Bureau of Police Research and Development, and this was actually a study on stereotypes. And this is impact of implicit biases. When a survey was conducted, Yeah, okay. When a survey was conducted on impact of stereotypes, it was found that more men agreed with statements like, given the inflexible working hours, it's not okay for women to work in the police force as they cannot attend to domestic duties. Women police are not capable of handling high-intensity crimes. Being in the police force requires physical strength and aggressive behavior that women lack. So this was a study which shows what kind of a powerful impact implicit biases, implicit stereotypes have on, police force. And as you know, police force is considered to be a masculine kind of an occupation. And so therefore, they found that the place of women in the police force is not, really suitable or something like that. As I said, this was a study done by the police themselves, the Bureau of Police Research Development. So the question to ask then is that we have encouraging enrollment figures in education. As you have seen, it's more or less ranging from 45 to 50% in many of the sectors. But despite encouraging enrollment, we find that, there are very few women in leadership positions. So the question is obviously not, the problem is not from the supply side. There are enough, the enrollment figures show that there is an adequate number of women. So the question to ask the question to ask then is, do women and men, the question not to ask is, do women and men differ in leadership styles? But the question to ask is, why are women underrepresented in leadership roles, and what can be done to change this situation? So as I said, the question that I'm raising is a fairly simple and linear one. Now, when you look at the factors, the key causative factors for why are women still so underrepresented, this is a typical kind of an explanation that factors are obviously stemming from both from socio-cultural, organizational, as well as individual factors. Individual, though my own discipline is psychology, I'm not really going to dwell on what are the individual factors, because individual factors vary, they can be different, I'm not really looking at that. But what is interesting is what kind of socio-cultural and organizational factors affect women's underrepresentation in leadership. So one of the things is that yes, despite constitutional guarantees, etc., we still understand that ours is a gender inegalitarian culture. And whatever one might say, the data, perceptions show that it is still an unequal culture, manifested both at the material level as well at the attitudinal level. Material level, that means, the level of resources, we still have, despite phenomenal growth made, despite phenomenal progression made, we still have gender gaps in almost all the resources, material resources. It could be education, health, healthcare, property, employment opportunities, wages, etc. So there is a gap at the material level. At the attitudinal level, meaning here, right, not at the material level, gender bias stems from stereotypes such as women take care while men take charge. Right? These are stereotypes, and there have been many studies to show the impact of these kind of implicit biases or stereotypes. Then at the organizational level, we are all familiar with this term glass ceiling. It has been much used in leadership studies, which refers to the invisible barriers, invisible obstacles that prevent women from taking up leadership positions. But now we have a new metaphor. It's not only the glass ceiling, but the labyrinth, right? And the labyrinth is a complex maze of obstacles which, prevent or impede women's progress in their career path. So there are many, I'm not really going into details here, but just to say that the gender-based occupational segregation, meaning certain occupations are considered to be suitable for women, certain occupations are not. That still continues to be a major barrier. Then widespread acceptance of EDI, equity, diversity, inclusion. Now, especially in corporate India, there's a whole lot of emphasis on these EDI alternatives, but still a widespread acceptance of EDI in organizations is still missing. Just recently, I read that 2-3 days ago that Microsoft had stopped EDI alternatives in its organization, saying it doesn't really matter whether the organization has EDI or not. Then limited role models of women as aspirational figures, limited networking access and mentoring sponsorship opportunities, and greater difficulty for women to be viewed as effective in top leadership roles. So there's a complex maze. So the labyrinth metaphor captures this complexity of obstacles coming from various sides which prevent or impede women from taking up leadership positions. And recent studies also show that there is still, as I said, I'm repeating this point again and again, there is a huge phenomenal expansion of enrollment. Women are there right now. Here I can see so many girl students, and it's so very heartening to see this. But there is still the persistence of socio-cultural barriers is reflected in the disconnect between gender parity in education and tolerance towards women's autonomy. And many studies have shown, especially studies which have been done on women's career choices. You know, what kind of careers do girl students go in for? Some studies have shown that particularly in upwardly mobile caste groups, they support girls' education. Okay, fine, you know, girl is studying. Nowadays, in fact, I would say, especially in the South, earlier in our times, BA was considered to be the common denominator. But now it is BE and BTech for even girls. You know, that is considered to be the common denominator. So yes, there is a lot of support for girls' education, but and it is for reasons for improving the family's social status. So the family can proudly say, yes, yes, you know, our daughters are studying and so on. It improves marriage prospects, but not for freedom in decision making or for autonomy, right? To take control of her own life, to take charge of her own life, there is still a kind of a disconnect. And the impact of sociocultural barriers is also shown. For instance, one study has found that marriage, motherhood, caregiving, it continues to be key factors for accounting for low workforce participation. So, and also very interestingly, studies on life course histories, they mapped the life course history of women in employment, and they found that this trajectory was interrupted by caregiving responsibilities and non-recognition of care needs by the state as well. As we all know, for us, especially for women here to come out and work, we still fall back on our family for support. But where is the where is this recognition of care coming from the state? That is still a very big question. This is one study. I thought it was interesting because this is done by KPMG, All India Management Association, in 2024. And they found the key barriers to leadership aspirations in India continues to be caregiving responsibilities. Caregiving and gender bias continue to be the main key barriers, but we hardly talk about what kind of support do women need in order to go up in their career. So the care economy, as it is called, continues to be, it is a core, it is a main kind of a infrastructure, but largely invisible. And though it makes everything else possible, when we are talking about women in careers, women in employment, women in leadership positions, it still is invisible. So it is the world's most essential but undervalued system of productivity. And according to the ILO, it says that if care work is to be monetized, you know, all the care work that women perform at home, right from cooking to looking after children, looking after elderly now, if care work is to be monetized, it would add around a whopping 8% to India's GDP. Yet this remains invisible in our policies. So what kind of support is coming from the state is still very, negligible. But then, if there is a change in policy, it does make an impact, and this shows the accountability of organizations. So caregiving, balancing work-family responsibilities cannot just be left to the individual alone. You figure out how to, if you are coming late to work, it's your responsibility, you figure out what to do at home. So if impact of policy and accountability of organizations plays a much more huge role than leaving it to individuals to figure out. Just to give you one example, there is one Companies Act, you are all aware of it, Companies Act of 2013. It was instrumental in increasing representation of women on boards. As you can see, from 2014 onwards, from 4.3 it has shot up to 15.7. This is women's representation in boards, simply because the Companies Act of 2013 mandated that there must be at least one woman director on board. So you can see what kind of a change policy has made, organizational policy has made, just to increase women's representation on boards. Okay. Precious seconds are ticking by. All right, and some more impact of policy. We have also seen that countries with greater proportion of women in top decision making, particularly in legislatures, which we in India still lack. It shows lower levels of income inequalities. Also, organizations with women CEOs have 4% smaller average gender pay gaps across 8 years of data. Sorry, okay. And studies have also found that when there is a greater representation of women on boards, there is a positive association between this ratio of women and firm culture. You know, the culture itself, organizational culture itself undergoes a change. There is both higher economic performance and financial stability. So it makes sense. It makes even very good financial sense, business sense, to increase women's representation on boards. I've already got, all right, but this is just one thing I wanted to show. See, when you're talking about more support from the state, more support from organizations, we are actually talking about equity. We are talking about special concessions. Currently, there's a lot of debate on menstrual leave. Should organizations give leave or not? Parental leave anyway. So we are actually talking about equity. So yes, maybe a century ago we were talking about equality and justice, but now I think the emphasis is on equity. This is an image I picked up from social media, though I am not much on social media. I thought this is a very good representation of what is the difference between the three, and I'll leave it to you to figure out what is the difference. But then any conversation about equity makes us uncomfortable. Immediately people say, oh, if there is thing like childcare leave, menstrual leave, reservations, disability rights, these lead to questions like, why should someone get extra? Aren't we all equal? Immediately they'll bring the slogan of equality. Aren't we all equal? Why should you then want something extra? Does this not create dependency? So it is perceived as unfair or undeserved kind of a privilege. But then we need to remember that unless something is... Yeah. So equity, we have to remember that equity is not about lowering the bar, but it is about removing invisible weights that some have been carrying for generations. So we know that historically there are certain sections which have been disenfranchised, disempowered. We need to give special concessions to pull them up so that there is equality of opportunity. So equality of opportunity, conversation about equality of opportunity should immediately have following it, should immediately have conversations about equity as well. And especially as we have seen, since caregiving, the disproportionate burden of caregiving falls on women, and caregiving is synonymous with, with women's work. How can work-family policies be made more equitable is the question. So in any organization, whether it is in the public or private sector, we need to ask these questions. What kind of, work-family policies, how it can be made more equitable is the question. And especially since in our country we know we have the Maternal Benefits Act. As per that, we have 26 weeks of paid maternity leave. But in absence of parental leave laws, as you all know, paternity leave is not mandated in India as yet by law. I think only central government employees are entitled to about 15 days of paternity leave. So in the absence of parental leave laws, it reinforces the idea of care work as women's work alone. So reproduction, as you know, is a joint enterprise. But when it comes to reproductive responsibilities, then it is left to women to figure out how best they can, do. So the impact of policies is something that we need to, keep in mind. And currently, what is being done? There are a lot of diversity and inclusion initiatives, but it is often, especially in the private sector, it is left to the mercy of the organization to figure out what to do. But I'm not going to read out all of them. But the point is that we need to have a critical mass of women in executive positions and not just one or two to avoid kind of tokenism. And there are a range of family-friendly HR policies because, as I said, care work is what enables the worker, whether man or woman, the worker to come to the workplace with dignity, with less stress, etc. So what are we doing to support that kind of care work is something that we need to understand. So the change is needed at all levels, at the level of the organizational culture with more equity, diversity, inclusion initiatives. And the three pillars on which they stand is both strategy, policy, and training. So we can't just, have a policy without, again, training. So first of all, they must have a vision, then a policy, firmly articulated policy, as well as training in order to support this. And the stakeholders, of course, are not only the senior leadership, but all the employees in the company. And lastly, I would say, yes, I'm finishing. The moment we speak about leadership, we are mostly referring to power. But power, especially according to the feminist typology, feminist definition, feminist conceptualization, is not authority, dominance, aggression over others. But rather, there is a very interesting feminist typology given. It says that power over others is authority, but that is not what leadership is about, but rather it is power to bring about change. So you have the power and you can be instrumental to bring about change. You have power with, that means a collective. Right in the beginning, I showed a small image, with fists raised. If women and everyone, all of us, are a collective with others, we can bring about change. And lastly, the power within. That means individually, what kind of self-confidence, what kind of self-esteem, what kind of belief in ourselves that we have, that we carry forward in order to bring about change. So this kind of a typology is much more interesting. And lastly, I would say, if we are talking about reimagining womanhood or reimagining leadership, we need to redefine leadership as not as power over others, but as rooted in empathy, respect, sensitivity, and justice. Thank you for your time and attention. Sorry if I just went through, but this was just for reasons of time. Thank you one and all, and wish all of you a productive conference. Thank you.
Oh, I have to be here? Yeah. Thank you so much, ma'am. I was trying to, take some key points, but I don't think I'd be doing any justice for that beautiful presentation you made. But definitely you made most of us sit up and think about a lot of aspects of being a woman in the current society, ma'am. Thank you so much for that. Now, I request Srimati Shobha Rani, ma'am, to felicitate Professor U. Vindhya, ma'am.
No, I'll come down.
Oh.
No, she has to climb up the stage. Now to show that.
Thank you, ma'am. So now we begin our first panel discussion of the day, titled From Margins to Mandate, Women Rewriting the Politics of Power, bringing together distinguished voices who have been redefining leadership, equity, and public engagement. Our esteemed panelists for today's discussion are Dr. Pendala Kiranmai Dutt, former senior executive with Fortune 500 companies and a strategic board leader and VC fund investor known for driving corporate transformation and women's leadership. Please welcome, ma'am. Our second panelist for today is Professor Sridevi, professor at the School of Economics, University of Hyderabad, whose scholarship advances critical perspectives on development, gender, and economic policy. The third panelist is Dr. Mamata Achanta, a committed women's and children's rights activist, recognized for her impactful grassroots advocacy and right-based interventions. Please welcome them. Now, this session will be moderated by Dr. Sunita Rani, Dean, School of Social Sciences, University of Hyderabad, who's a leading scholar in gender studies and social transformation. Thank you, ma'am. We are delighted to welcome this exceptional panel. I now request
women's washrooms are separately audience inside the placements.
All right. A small announcement. I think it's a query or a doubt from the audience. The washrooms are right outside the auditorium to the right. They are in the placement cell, if you need directions for that. Thank you. And now I request Dr. Sunita Rani, ma'am, to take the discussion forward.
Thank you so much. We were also given some time to finish because the audience are also hungry, we were told. But we'll try to make it, since we're all ready with our presentations, I think it's only fair to have our time to speak, to make our point. Welcome to this session, to this panel discussion. We will begin where Professor Vindhya stopped by talking about power, not as power over others, but power to, power with, power within. I think that is a democratic and feminist definition and understanding of power. I'm sure we are all on the same page when we understand power, empowerment particularly in the gender context, not as power over others, authority over others, but the power to make decisions, but the power to work with others, the power to be on par with others, where it's not a request or not considered a favor, but a right to be on par with others. So we have 3 panelists together. Each one will speak for 5 minutes, and then we'll have some question-answer sessions. Can we begin with Mamata Garu, please?
Can I do it here or from there?
It's your choice, please.
Thank you.
Some of us choose to speak from where we are. Some of us choose a space to move and speak from there. But finally, it is our choice.
Thank you. Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to thank the ICFI Higher Education Foundation and CWD for inviting me as panel speaker here. And Vijay Lakshmi Garu, Shobha ma'am, and Sudhakar sir, everybody who are part of this conference, and Sunita Rani ma'am, my old friend. So I know you've been listening so much since morning. I know you are all busy with your mobiles. You are all still going through the reels or reading something. Maybe you have exams. I don't know whether you can give us those 5 minutes for each of us, because we have traveled so far, and we all have come for the conference. Do you agree, students? Are you with me? Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. We all know that today we are talking more about women,
but it includes men also. You all know women, the spelling itself has men. And we want that kind of, women, men, all together we have to lead. So I don't know whether you are all now presently studying, but you will experience all this once you are out of the college, out of the university. So UN Women says that the true measure of representation is not how many women are there in this hall, but how many are heard. So most of us women, they want to speak. They want to, give their opinions, but still never get an opportunity. Yesterday, I was in one of the defense labs, premier institution, where I was giving a session. One of the senior most scientists there told me, I have been the first women scientist here in this organization, and nobody was there. I was all alone. In all the meetings, I was never allowed to speak. And they used to tell me that whenever I started, they just used to bully me. You don't know anything, you keep quiet, something like that. So it was very difficult for her, to say what she wanted. And it is very difficult. Now there are so many women, as we have been seeing since morning, the presentations, so many women in STEM. So with that, I always feel that I thought I will speak because I am from a social service sector. I run a NGO. I felt that I am a trainer for the women sarpanchas and the MLAs. So I felt that I should speak more about political participation. And also, I've been working with the administration, particularly Telangana and other, administrators. So I should speak from the perspective of administration in the government. I know I'm different from the corporate sector, but I feel that I had the privilege of being part of the corporate as an external member in most of the corporates in the IC, Internal Complaint Committee. You all know that we have very few representation in women in parliament or state assemblies, but panchayats now the elections are going to come within now happening in Telangana in the villages. We see that still although we have 50% reservation, there is increase of participation. When I went to TSIRD, the Training Institute for Sarpanchas recently, one Sarpanch, women Sarpanch, told me that, Madam, every day, whenever my husband has to attend the meeting, I have to iron his shirt. Those people wear a white shirt. So white cotton shirts. So she has to iron that shirt, and he will attend on behalf of her. So Sarpanch Patis, you all know, mostly Sarpanch Patis still are, are there. And she never went to or attended any of the meeting or taken any decision. I don't know what the new Sarpanchas will do for us in coming years. So similarly, I work very closely with police. I have seen that we have 33 IPS women officers out of 128 in the country in Telangana. Today is supposed to, Swati Lakra ma'am was supposed to come. So they are all now DG level officers. Out of 33, there are 9 DG level officers, Director General level officers, but they never get a post, prime post. I don't think Telangana with so many IPS women officers will not see a DGP coming in, Director General of Police coming in. So still, similarly, if you see the ministers, they are there for, just like that. They are not given the prominent posts, either WCD or endowments or something else. So mostly they don't get any priority in the cabinet meetings or in anywhere. So that is what is happening, although except our finance minister in the central government, Nirmala Sitharaman, madam. Otherwise, we don't see any woman in any political arena having the prime posts, although we had the second prime minister as, in the world as a woman, Indira Gandhi in our this thing. So similarly, patriarchal gatekeeping, most of the women sarpanchas I was talking, similarly they have the problem. Officers, they have the problem. So definitely that patriarchy is continuing. Second is violence and intimidation. That is the major issue now women are facing. It is underlying, always there. Every woman faces that threatening atmosphere, always there. So, and also most of the time underestimating the capabilities of women. That is also issue. So whenever you are doing something, you have to have men around to take decisions, take help, all that. Similarly, invisible emotional and social burden. Women have to do their responsibilities, later their work, their job, or anything. As Vindhya ma'am was saying, definitely not only reproductive or other duties, but the entire daily duty course also. Today, what has happened, I had to take the cab at 7:45 at home, and I got up very early at 4:45. Still, my maid didn't turn up. My husband worked late, and he got up late. So I had to do everything. Although I may have 16 academic degrees, I may have done so much work in these 25 years. I may have brought out so many models in social sector. But I may have filed 128 PALs. Every woman has to do her duty. This sharing of responsibility has not yet arrived. I don't know what happens with you all. How many of the boys here want to help their wives? How many of you? Oh, good, good. I go to so many business schools. Most of them tell me that they are helping their mothers, but not wives. All girls record this and take a picture and keep it. You can show it to their wives later. Okay? So definitely sharing the responsibilities is a major issue, and that is what leading our women to having those depression, anxiety, panic, OCD, PCOD, all those issues. Still we are facing that. That is the problem. Then last thing is erasure of grassroots or survivor voices. One is we are not taking our survivors or the grassroots leaders as policy experts. We never want them to be here, sitting here. Only the most literate and those people who get into, certain achievement circles, then only you will be sitting here. Otherwise, the grassroots leaders, we have so many umpteen self-help group leaders, sarpanchas who have done excellently well. Unless until they get a recognition by Prime Minister in the radio talk or somewhere, some award somewhere, then only you will recognize. Otherwise, nobody recognizes. And similarly, we don't recognize their talents and how they have overcome the struggles. They must have overcome so many struggles to stand there. So that is what it is needed. I think most of our child marriage victims where I work in the villages are survivors, I can say survivors. And also the women sarpanchas are never called for planning meetings. So actually they can give us more inputs than anybody because they have gone through so much in their lives. So I want to give few solutions. One is first, tokenism to transformation. Yes, we have reservations, we have everything, we have women everywhere. But first of all, we have to start doing gender audit of our power structures. It should be a mandatory gender audit to assess the roles, budgets, and also whether decision making is being done by the women. So everywhere, not only in corporates, everywhere we have to get it done. I think TIS and Women Studies of University of Hyderabad used to take up so many projects for gender auditing, but now we don't see such programs and such projects anymore. Similarly, mentorship and political literacy. We have to launch structured mentorship programs. Now you are in MBA first year, second year. So you should have somebody who comes and mentors you regularly, not now. Once you may get into job, as Mr. Sudhakar was saying, he was helping the girl from ICFI who has written the book today, which was launched. She was supported throughout for 20 years. That's a great help. Definitely we need more mentors like that who can help, who can mentor, so that, at every struggle, every milestone, somebody is there to mentor us. That's what I think all the women here definitely are with me say. We had such mentors, and that's why we are able to do whatever we had done and what we're still doing. Similarly, political literacy. Most of the women sarpanchas, after getting into sarpanchgiri, then they are trained. But before that, if there are aspirants, they are not at all trained. We should have legal literacy, digital safety, negotiation skills, particularly how to say no. These skills are very important in every sector. So why can't we have such mentoring, structured mentorship programs? I think we have to think, because ICFI has so many institutions, we should identify those mentors and have a big network of them. Not now, any time in life, if they need any kind of support, they should reach out to that alumni mentors. Last month. Safe and enabling workplaces, definitely it is the important point. We need to have safe transport, childcare, and redressal. And influence cannot grow in unsafe or exclusionary environment. They have to have safe environment. And last thing is particularly institutionalized survivor-led leadership or grassroots-led leadership. So many women out there who have not reached and they have the capabilities, capacities, they should get a chance in building the nation. That's what I think. And the presence of women in politics or the top roles must not be ornamental. It must be transformational. That's what I wanted to talk. Thanks a lot for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Mamata. These observations, insights, and suggestions from the field are very, very practical and precious. Data is one thing, and unpacking, decoding the data is another thing. Presence matters, but presence in itself is not enough. Voice is also important. Quite often women are there, but either they are ignored, invisibilized, unheard, or quickly a man takes over saying like what she wanted to say was, like a man starts to interpret the woman and judging a woman, particularly in leadership positions. Is she very feminine or is she aggressive? Is she soft? Is she speaking? Will men listen to her? Will be scared? I was told to my face, that you are too soft, people won't be scared of you. I don't understand why anybody has to be scared of anybody else. Where is the need to fear? We are not asking
for this scared, intimidated kind of response, but what we are saying is that equal dignity and equal respect and equal place. So there's a need to decode the data available as well. What is there behind the presence of or absence of women? I slightly disagree with Mamata Garu, please don't mind. I think help is a very dangerous word. I think we should stop using the word help. It is not help that we expect. It is, like you rightly said, sharing that we expect. When you share, it becomes your responsibility. When you help, it becomes a favor on the other person. Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Mamta. May I request Professor Sridevi to speak, please? Yeah. Yeah, please. Sorry, Professor Sridevi, please keep time.
Minutes is my time, right?
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Good afternoon to all of you. Let me first thank Dr. Vijay Lakshmi Garu for giving me this opportunity. As we heard a lot about in terms of the political representation and what happens in the higher educational institutions, their representation in terms of the female at the higher levels, let me talk in terms of the gender discrimination in the labor market, because as you all will be entering into the labor market in due course. What does labor market discrimination means, basically? So when the two equals are treated unequally in the labor market, what we call it as the labor market discrimination. The labor market discrimination can be in terms of wage discrimination, occupational discrimination, or in terms of the last slide of the Professor Vindhya saying that equity with the justice. But we also talk about equity with justice along with the sovereignty is also important for the females. So in Indian context or in the world, when we talk about the labor market discrimination in terms of wages, 1830 onwards, we have a literature saying that there exists the wage discrimination between the male and the female in the labor market. That exists because of the differences in the educational levels or because of the differences in the skills or the experience, age, whatever may be. So all these characters are basically defined characters. But after 1950s span, Gary Becker brought out a book called Economics of Discrimination. People started looking at the labor market discrimination in a different perspective, because not the differences in the education or differences in the skill of the individual will be determining the wage difference, but it is the unexplained non-pecuniary characteristics would be actually leading to the labor market discrimination in terms of wages as well as the occupation. And in the Indian context, the important aspect brought out by the Dr. B.R. Ambedkar while talking about the labor market discrimination, it is not only the education and other factors, but the social discrimination in terms of caste, gender, the intersectionality, which plays an important role in the labor market, having access to the occupations itself. So now we are actually talking in terms of the glass ceiling or in terms of the sticky floor, by looking at the various data points or the various primary data, indicators. But all these actually tries to tell us one important aspect, that is the social discrimination is one of the important reason for the economic discrimination in the labor market. Why does social discrimination carried into the labor market? Because labor market is supposed to be independent of all these. Your skill should be determining, or your intellectual ability should be leading to the occupation, but it doesn't happen. Even now, we see that the studies very clearly shows that the non-explained characters, what we call it as the non-endowed factors such as caste, sex, religion, prejudice, or certain kind of the, what we call it as the statistical discrimination, certain kind of the aggregate behaviors would be determining the labor market wage discrimination. But when we are saying that there is an increase in the access to the higher education, even in the STEM education, but what is the level of the access to the higher education is also important. At what rate the access to the education is actually growing. Even now, if we look at the female access to the education, leaving aside social sciences and the humanities, the females' access towards the medicine is higher when we compare it with the engineering, biotechnology, pharmaceutical sciences. And when we look at the skilled employment rate of the females also, with the increase in the higher education, the level of the occupational discrimination is very high, which basically says that there is a glass ceiling very clearly in all the sector. And we always assume that the private sector is non-discriminatory in nature, but it is the private sector in the labor market which has the highest level of the discrimination along with the regular employment. The other important reason what studies tries to say is that in Indian context especially, the females prefer to work in a certain occupations so that that double burden is reduced. Taking care of the care work at the home or the domestic work at home and performing in the different occupations. So to reduce that, they prefer certain jobs. Like Professor Vindhya told us that the females, we see that in the education sector, especially as a primary teacher, secondary level teachers, or even in the higher educational institutions. But interestingly, if you look at the IITs or some of the premier higher educational institutions, as I come from the economics background, not even 2% of the females are employed in the economics department. That is the situation even throughout the world. Although we say that the social sciences females are entering at the PG level, PhD level, but there is a huge difference entering into the higher educational level at the different positions, whether it is assistant, associate, or the professors. When we look at the sharing of the domestic work, basically, the average difference of the time spent on the domestic works by male is the less than 10% of what the females at the global level do it. At the global level, 40% additional hours the females will be spending on the domestic care work, which is an unpaid work, whereas in the Indian context, 592% is the additional burden what females share in terms of the caregiving, either elders, children, or for all the domestic work. So if we actually include all the number of hours which was given by the females for the care work or the domestic activities, your GDP will be growing much higher, what was mentioned by the Professor Vindhya. So there is also an argument that how do you include the females' unpaid domestic work hours to the measurement of the GDP? Because, and now we all now still
not have even minimum facilities like a restroom when we go out or when they go out on duty. I think gender needs, as well as creating gender strategic needs, fulfilling gender strategic needs in the work field, probably will draw more women into the work field.
younger women here, we know very well that you have been questioning family, responsibilities, care work, marriage as an institution. I'm sure you will question workplaces as well, the hegemony in workplaces and democratize workplaces as well. Thank you once again, Professor Sridevi. May I request Dr. Kiranmayi to make a presentation, please?
Good afternoon, everyone. I know you've been seating for quite some time and at least trying to listen. It's always hard because attention spans beyond a certain point for any human being is tough. Let me play the devil's advocate. I've been listening to Dr. Mamta and Professor Sridevi. One a lawyer and a social activist, the other an accomplished professor or an academician. I have spent 3 decades of my life in the corporate world, in Fortune 500s, across the globe. I have managed about 38 to 40 countries and established several GCCs across the globe, both in Europe as well as in India and other Asia-Pac regions. The key takeaway I always feel, given the experience and the upbringing, of course, in India, Ed bhavam tad bhavati. I repeat, Ed bhavam tad bhavati. Meaning, it's the way we tune our minds, it's the way we think, and that's exactly what you will see. Because we will all see what we want to see, we will all hear what we want to hear. So, for me, it's not been easy. For any woman to get into those top roles or positions, I'm not saying it's easy. Why? The reason being the data presented by Dr. Vindhya, or what Dr. Mamta talked about, Professor Sridevi. I'm not saying any of those are inaccurate or incorrect. But I loved what Sunita has mentioned, Professor Sunita. She said, just as we're talking about glass ceiling, let's understand, we impose some of it on ourselves. If women have risen, if women have taken up these challenges, it's a fact of life. All of us, when we're talking about men and women, we all coexist. It's a world we're all part of. It's a fact of life, it's a patriarchy. The sooner we understand that this is the system, how do we adapt? How do we be the change we want to see in the world? I think change will happen. It requires a certain force. Dr. Vindhya talked about resistance to change. We talked about intersectionalities. Wonderful when we look at research, data, yes, they're all speaking. But let's also look at the women who have really gone beyond. There is some drive within them which enabled them to reach the heights or the success as we see today. I'm sure you all have heard of the Ramayanas and the Mahabharata because in the land we have grown up, these are the epics we have been fed on. There's a beautiful analogy or analysis I have read about Mahabharata. This is a book by Guru Charan Das. If any of you still reading books, I'm referring to the youngsters, not to the others. The difficulty of being good. Very, very provocative in terms of the analysis and the thought process. And one of the quotes from there is, Mahabharata talks about that there is vice, V-I-C-E, behind every virtue. There is a doomsday behind every victory. There is a snake behind every horse. And there is an uncompleted ritual behind every completed sacrifice. It requires a lot of deep thinking to understand what is it we are talking about. That's exactly the complexity we're referring to when we're talking about Women 5.0, power, progress, and possibilities. We understand there are challenges, no denial. We also understand the world is changing, but maybe not at the pace we would like it to be. But let us understand, we as women, we as girls are also part of that system, not apart from the system. We need to work on the change we believe is right from within the system. So when we talk about, I'm sure you heard about a phenomenal, iconic person called Dr. Janaki Ammal. Anybody out there who heard this name? I don't see anyone raising a hand. She's the first woman doctorate in botany from our country. It was not easy for her, but what she has contributed, all of us are reaping the dividends of it, and it has contributed greatly to the GDP of our country as well. What did she do? As a botanist, it's not just getting the first doctorate or whatever. She happened to be there at that time and she had the drive. If not her, after 10 years, somebody would have been the first woman, right? But what she has done is transformative. At that point of time, we're talking about 1930s, we were actually importing sugarcane from various countries. We were struggling. We were an importer. Today, India is the second largest producer of sugarcane in the world. Just look at that. This is transformation. And it owes it to that pioneering work done by Dr. Janaki Ammal. She was the first woman director, first director, in fact, not even women director, first director of the Central Botanical Laboratory. After India attained its independence, she was invited back because she left the country. She found from margin to mandate, that's exactly what we're talking about in this panel. She felt marginalized, she felt her voice is not heard. She was interested in pursuing her work. She defied the societal norms. She didn't get married. At that point of time, it was very hard. And she continued to be a scientist in that arena. But later, she returned to the country when the then Prime Minister, Nehru, requested her to come back, and she became the director of the first Central Botanical Laboratory. So in her cryogenetics, phytogenetics, and so on, she has then looked at how does she create this species, which is the gift she has given to our country, sugarcane variety, which is sweeter than the imported ones, better quality, better yield. So she found that, and that's where India has led to become the world's second largest producer of sugarcane. So this is one inspiring story and a huge role model where none existed. So we've heard Dr. Mamta, we heard Professor Sridevi. Yes, that's the labor market forces. But when the moment you talk about market forces, it's all about how Darwin's theory talked about survival of the fittest. We also have to put in, if women have to step in, we need to show up, we need to speak up. Yes, I have been the only woman in the boardroom. I have been the only woman for many, many years among 10 other men trying to find my voice. It was hard, but once you have picked up the courage and say, hey, when do men listen? Or when do anybody listen? Not just men, other women as well. When you have something worth speaking. I know I have captured a lot of your attention now, and I could feel it that you're all listening with attention. Why? The moment you hear something is different, something is worth, everyone will listen. So finding the voice, having a seat at the table, it's not just affirmative action, it's not just the policy, but policies are important. Absolutely, I am with Dr. Vindhya. Because if you don't make those policies, how many of you even remember, younger generations, we didn't have many women doctors in this country. And there was a lot of female feticide as well as deaths happening. That's when the policy change came in, affirmative action as we call it, the quota or reservation. In medical colleges, they said, we have to have a quota for women entering medical institutions. So they have plugged that in, and today, the scenario, and now the reservation is off in medical colleges for women. You can go back and check. Why did that happen? Because they were struggling to get 20 to 30% women into medical colleges. Today, you have more than 50% in medical colleges who are women. So the moment you attained that, they have taken it out, saying, we have more women, not just coming through reservation, even through open quota. I think that is the kind of transformation we seek in all sectors, across all segments of society. And another important thing, we've been talking about challenges and issues. I have studied in my organizational behavior as a student of organizational behavior, and in the corporate world I have belonged. The lower segment or lower strata of the society, despite patriarchy, whatever we are talking about, women has a voice. Go and check in. Tribal women fight for their rights. In fact, they're louder. Even today, among majority of the tribes, just as we talk about a man can have any women and many women, whatever we talk about, polygamy, androgamy exists. They don't care. They say, what nonsense, I can go. So there is a kind of where they fight for their rights. There are some sections who are marginalized, I'm not denying. But we have studied, because I wear another hat as a social activist. I am the chairperson for United Way of Hyderabad, which is third largest non-profit in the world. It exists across multiple countries. So we have done several studies as a pro bono, and I have learned a lot. And that's where we found grassroots level, they seem to have found their voice, and they are equal, they fight. Because they work, they fight, they are ready to take on battles. Higher level of society, again, it's a choice, women don't want to work. Or they join family businesses or other things. But they've made their choice. They also have a voice, largely. Some outliers may be there. Where is the problem? It's the middle class, as we call. Middle class is where they struggle because they are the ones who want to be in the confines of what is considered to be believed to be the societal norms. They struggle. So my clarion call to all of you is, don't be spiders caught in your own web. We need to find our voice. We need to speak up. We need to show up. We need courage. We need confidence. For that, we need the sensitization training. For that, we need the relevant policies. It's about stepping in. For that, you need that hand-holding. Whether it's from education, from job, employment, skilling, any of those, agreed. But after that, it's for the women to continue to want to be in employment. My struggle as a corporate vice president for some of these Fortune 100 companies I worked, I always used to make a plea. Don't drop out. Because at the drop of a hat, we think it's easy to give up a job. Why? Because you have a man earning. In fact, we talk about patriarchy. The other way I look at it is, men are ordained. If a man chooses not to work and the woman goes to work, my God, society will be so unkind to that man. Society will be brutal. So it's like they are ordained to do that job because of the division of labor and the societal norms. And women are happy even if they don't work. Nobody is going to ostracize them. Nobody is going to criticize them. In fact, they will treat them very well if they're taking care of their children and doing their domestic chores. So there are other aspects also, other dimensions, which Dr. Vindhya talked about from a cultural aspect. We should look at it holistically, why we are where we are. And another important thing, while we say the percentage in the boardrooms, percentage at the highest levels are lower, or in the education, police force, wherever, absolutely yes. Why? Because women entered much later. We will have to wait for another century for things to reverse. So I think it's about understanding it holistically, looking at what can be done and what is already achieved by some phenomenal inspiring leaders in various sectors, whether it's a Sunita Chawla. I mean, you take every sector, you find now a beacon. Dr. Jessie Thomas, who is known as Agniputri from the defense one. So we can keep quoting. Today we are very proud to talk about so many women out there. Now the next generations should take this inspiration and look at the progress and the possibilities. So from the margin to the mandate, I think the power is in us, within us, but we need the conviction, we need the courage, and of course, I'm sure we all have the confidence to make it possible. Thank you all.
Thank you, Kiranmai, for invoking very inspiring images and role models. Thanks so much to all the three panelists. I'm afraid we don't have time for question answers, but let me take my, as the chair's prerogative to make a few comments on the presentations. I think all the three presentations were very inspiring and like unraveling the social reality from a critical perspective. I hope everybody had the choice and the power to make choices. Like Dr. Mamta and Professor Sridevi pointed out, I wish a Dalit Sarpanch who was paraded naked in the village for taking the courage for taking the initiative to step into her own office, had the choice to become what she wanted to become. Okay, I wish, and also this is not the question of dividing people into men and women. Please try to understand it is not dividing people, but it is about the ideology. Sometimes women can also be equally patriarchal. Not that women, because it is the ideology that we are imbibing. I still remember an IRS officer, a woman, who was at the top level, like she had made all progress in her career, but she said something which stayed with me. She said, my colleagues in the office, particularly the clerical cadre and others, I'm not very stringent, rigid about their schedule. If they come late, they come late. She was not being patronizing. She said, I have a vehicle of my own. I can afford a cook, a maid, and other help. But these women who every day travel from a long distance, they have to take care of home. They have no other help at home. So we cannot impose the same yardsticks on them. I think making place, making career for ourselves is something. But how, as women leaders, we respond to others in our offices, how we make a difference in our workplace, I think that is much more important. And let me please allow me to say this. Maybe there are no frameworks, there are no yardsticks, there are no essentializations to judge one caste or one community or one class. Tribal societies, women are equally under surveillance. Tribal communities also are equally judging women on their moral standards. So I think we cannot either glorify or condemn any sections or any people. I think we need to be equally sensitive to people's locations and situations and circumstances. I once again repeat, take this opportunity that it is not about dividing people, individuals into men and women. For instance, we have debated, engaged with the gender question since morning, but we have not talked about trans women. Where are trans women at home, in the work field, in the public domain? Okay? We are still looking at gender as a heterosexual category, which is not. Okay? Once again, thank you so much. I think there is no conclusion, right? It is inconclusive. The discussions will go on. Once again, I thank the panelists. Yeah, quickly, please. Yeah.
may I also complete what I was saying? Yeah. So thank the panelists for presenting. I think you came from different directions. You made the audience think and also think about social realities and one's own locations. So thank all of you, and also thank ICFI for giving me this opportunity to moderate the session. Thank you so much. Yes, please. So one question, please. Vijayalakshmi Garu, one question we'll take. Yes, please.
Ma'am, this is not a question. It's a wonderful session. And I am fully with Kiranmai ma'am and Sunita ma'am. And I'm at the age of 50 as a successful administrator working with all men in our university. And our university is a healthcare university, medical schools, dental school, nursing schools. And what I wanted to say to all the individuals, female here, what change you wanted to make, you will have to decide and you will have to move forward. And family is very important. I would like to recommend 3 books for the young children to study. There's Becoming Me by Michelle Obama, how she supported her husband to become a president. The second book, the biography of Indra Nooyi, how the family, the husband supported her to become a CEO of big Pepsi, this from India, she's from Chennai. The last book is our own governor, Dr. Kiran Bedi ma'am, how she struggled as becoming an IPS officer. And 3 books, if you read, definitely you will become a leader in our country. Thank you.
Moderator, can I have the last word, please? I didn't think we can recommend books, but I was thinking, I think if that is the case, I think we all start with Nivedita Menon, please. Thank you.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, that's. Yeah. We extend our heartfelt thanks to our distinguished speakers for their valuable insights. Thank you, everyone, ma'am. And now I request Professor U. Vindhya, ma'am, and also Professor Sainath, sir, to felicitate our esteemed panelists for today. I request Dr. Penjala Kiranmai Dutt, ma'am, to come forward for the felicitation, please.
Thank you.
Ma'am, if you can. A big round of applause, please. Now I request Professor Sridevi ma'am to come forward for the felicitation. Now I request Dr. Mamata Achanta ma'am to come forward for the felicitation. Yeah, now we request Dr. Sunita Rani ma'am for, yes ma'am, but still, for every role. A big round of applause, please. Yeah. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, ma'am, yes. Now, we have come to the close of our first panel discussion. We thank all our speakers and participants for their insightful contributions. We will now break for lunch, and you're kindly requested to proceed to the lunch area, which is in Mess 1, first floor, dining hall 3. All right, and there are carts available for your transport, and also please come back by 2:15 sharp. We will have the second panel discussion. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Existing, and that is being perpetuated or amplified by AI. Second one is systems are in different rate by different genders. Maybe a male is able to pick up all the AI technology that is coming up faster than a female in some cases. Some cases women are trying to do more than men. That is also possible. But the other part you are not forgetting, is also you are forgetting probably, is that when AI is trying to do something, replicating some of the activities of human beings, that time the first hit is on those work which are primarily done by women. They do caregiving, they go to maybe call centers, maybe something else. Most of the occupations which are easy to automate by AI is the one which is prevalently being worked by women. And that makes, some people think that AI is displacing, losing job. Who is first losing the job? Women. And that feeling is one that is inequality comes in. Now, I can tell you something else also, that all those things are gone. It is past that in STEM, there is a gender disparity. In people talking and going to corporate workforce, there is a gender disparity. But somebody recently told something which is very interesting to do, that if you take 100 men and 100 women in a corporate workshop, in the first promotion, if 100 men gets the first promotion, 90 women get the promotion. And this initial, the ladder of going up in the leadership, gradually there is a gap keeps coming. And that keeps including that. What for? And that is the place where it is the place. The previous degree, the natural talent of men, women being same. Over years of this thing, women doesn't try to find out or amass all the skills and experience that can help in the career, whereas the man tries to get that, make it probably more profitable way of using the skill, one. Second thing, that the total time devoted by one gender is much less to the total time devoted by another gender because of some other work that is to be done there. So in one sense, somebody has just recently said something, some very famous journal publication, it says that 10 years experience in a corporate of an AI professional of a woman is equivalent to 8.6 years experience of a man. So if man has 10 years and woman has 10 years, then it has got more experience there. But does it mean that AI is harming all this? No. That is one thing I can tell you. If AI is able to automate those activities which are meant mostly prevalently by women, that automatically means that that gender or that community is able to get more time to drive it, then he finds it that either the distance of this thing is different and other thing. In health diagnostics, it is always the samples are taken from the men. And then hence, because there are certain places, there is probably a under-diagnostic of other gender takes place and you missed out certain things. Like I can tell you in cardio, I can tell you in liver disease, I can tell you in kidney, in everywhere the automatic process is something by default taking main data. So that is the inequality. But then the question is that AI is the person who would try to reduce this inequality, because AI is one which will talk about personalized software. It will try to teach a person in personalized way. It will try to treat a person in a personalized way. It will try to see the person and try to adapt itself and give you the solution. So AI doesn't talk about inequality. AI helps you to make it equality also, provided you can use AI properly. But then till now, yes, it is there. I can tell you a very simple way. Maybe all of you can, the young girls are there. 1 minute, madam.
Yeah.
All girls, all the students are there, I can tell you. Just go to any image, any search, Bingo, Google, any search. Give an image search and give a keyword called librarian. Just give a keyword called librarian and see the photographs. Predominantly, these are the ladies who are coming in. What does it mean? It is a stereotyping. People think, I studied from school to this point, I never had a librarian which is a female woman. I had all men librarian. But then the stereotyping is already done in the data which gives you this. Now what we do, AI people, we do research on AI. What we do, when the data comes, we try to see it is in a vector in some space, and we see this is the male area, this is a men area, this is a woman area, this is a gender neutral area. And if a librarian falls into one gender, then we drag it here and put it in neutral. And then make the data gender neutral data. So AI is the only thing that will give you the data to be gender neutral. AI will not bring inequality. AI will help to patch inequality. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Many very interesting and insightful thoughts came from the panel, and they would be discussing a few points. Maybe, if possible, we'll take 1 or 2 questions. But before I open it out, I just wanted to emphasize a few points that came from, or that triggered my thoughts. I was just thinking, in 1971, John Lennon wrote a song which went on to become kind of anthem of peace. It was called Imagine, and you know the lyrics probably. And I was just thinking, what might it look like if we were to apply that kind of imaginative freedom and egalitarianism to AI today? And like Professor Pujari pointed out, AI is not a vacuum. It does carry our social biases, prejudices, stereotypes do get transferred to AI because of the kind of training sets that it encounters or are fed into it. But the thing is, for us to change those data sets, we too have to change, right? And how do we change unless there is societal movements and thinking and, kind of radical upheaval. So all of these are connected. And I just wanted to, the other thing that I remembered as Dr. Sudha was speaking, I mean, it's an interesting way AI has actually challenged biological determinism. And in 1985, Donna Haraway actually wrote an essay which many of us may be familiar with. It's called Cyborg Manifesto. And a cyborg is a hybrid of man and machine. And in that sense, we might want to think about AI in that way, because it is in a way, a smartphone is an extension of my hand. The way I think and so on, what I search. And what I search, by the time I type in that search word, I might have forgotten what I actually came there for, So in that sense, it also impacts my brain and my thought process. So in that sense, a cyborg actually being a hybrid figure challenges our entrenched boundaries of male, female, human, animal, man, and machine. So I think that is a thought to stay with, that how might it free us from these entrenched boundaries. And I will not take up much more time, but we do have some questions that the panelists might want to respond to. And I'm not going to read out all the questions, but just maybe the essence of it. Just give me a minute. So to begin, how would you define Women 5.0 leadership in the AI age where women are emerging as creators. So do you see changes? I mean, do you see disruptions in ways of thinking, ways of seeing? Professor Sunita mentioned Nivedita Menon's book. Some of you might have searched what that book is, unless you already know it. The little book is called, Ways of Seeing Like a Feminist, which actually takes from John Berger's ways of seeing, hence the confusion. And so that's one. And then despite this digital exposure and disruption, why do women remain still unrepresented in AI leadership and advanced STEM? And what change do you foresee if women are in those positions of leadership? That is the other question. And these are all interrelated questions. The third is, if you, and I suppose it's a question for all of us to think about, if you could redesign the tech leadership model, what inclusive traits like collaboration, empathy, or diversity should be placed at the center? And I think the term diversity sometimes, it opens up possibilities, but it also allows us to sort of gloss over terms like class, gender, community, which we need to address, because there is overrepresentation of certain castes, certain races, definitely. You know, when you say woman, who does, AI actually search? And there are a lot of black media theorists who have repeatedly said that black women as well as men are misrepresented, misidentified, and criminalized. And this data is coming from Massachusetts Media Center, so it's not something that I am, MIT Media Center. So these are some of the questions that I would request our panelists to throw light on. And yeah, if anybody from the audience would like to add a point or two or have comments, you are welcome. Yeah.
You want to start? Okay. So somebody asked me, in my first guest lecture, somebody asked me, ma'am, what is your biggest takeaway in the last 2 decades of your career? I said my biggest takeaway is my ability to say a convincing no. Because when I started my career, I never said a no to anything. So that's how I learned, right? But I think it makes sense how you say a convincing no to, first to yourself, second to the people that you work with, and third to the society. And I will relate it to my experience. 2 decades back, there were still IT roles existing in terms of development or development managers, business analysts, client-facing roles. However, there were very few roles wherein, we had IT infrastructure or IT support where you have to guide the team 24/7 support, or IT security. So I've never seen any female leaders leading those areas, right? So I think that's a change that we have seen over the last few years. And I give it completely to the tech evolution and AI. And I'll tell you how. We all know the first level of support is a chatbot, right? For any system, for anything that we need, we don't have any personal call center these days. All we have is the first level support, which is a chatbot, and then the second level support is also an automated system. So when these things have been introduced, it has actually tried to bring a level, a level where people can play different technology leadership roles irrespective of gender, because it, it doesn't require lot of or you can say that it has given lot of flexibility for people. Like, let's say for example, the security systems. In the earlier days, if we have to work on an application, you have to come to office, right? Now we are able to work from anywhere, any part of the world, at any point in time. And how does that happen? That is due to the technology. That is due to the security systems that we have put in place. So I think AI and technology is trying to bring a level field for all of us, where we have to ensure that we keep our games higher. So, while I was with Deloitte, so there used to be a saying that if you don't find a chair at a table or a seat at a table, then carry your own chair. And so that is what I have done. I have carried my own chair all the while, okay? But don't lose track of the table that you want to be in. So yeah, with that, I hand it over to my next.
Yeah, plenty of questions and not much to answer about or to be proud about. And coming back to the AI, I think that's something, it is I consider it probably like the invention of the wheel. It's as good or even better than that. And how is it going to support? How is it how is it going to ensure that there is going to be equality, there is going to be a support system for the leadership roles what the women want to take up? So, in fact, let me take my own personal experience. There is always a discrimination. The doctor discriminates against the patient. The patient asks some question, the doctor says, why do you want to know that? I'm not telling about some lay person who has gone to a doctor. A doctor in electronics asking a doctor, another doctor in medical field, what is my problem? The problem which I have is I had got into a road trauma accident, and I have got my whole of the right side of my body totally dead. Now I know how it feels like to be dead. It feels very peaceful. You don't find anything. Once you are dead, you don't know anything. It's very peaceful. So my right side was very peaceful. I didn't have any sensation on that. And I keep probing my doctors, what's my problem? Where exactly the problem has happened in my brain? It's a brain trauma accident where there is a huge bleed inside the brain. The doctor says to me, why do you want to know? That's the first discrimination. First discrimination is right not just to information but to the knowledge. As a patient, I ask my doctor, what is my problem? There is no answer. Okay, there's a bleed in the putamen. What you will do with that? Yes, probably I'll do something with that. That's not his problem. So now I can say very proudly that I'm a proud user of the AI to charter my recovery on my own terms. I have a feeling, I know my body. The doctor doesn't know my body. He has 110 bodies lined up. Every body will be given 5 minutes. Not more than that. 5 minutes is a huge number for them. 2 minutes is tops. You pay 1,000, you pay 2,000, you get only 2 or 3 minutes. But the AI is there with you. It keeps encouraging you. Yes, you are on the top 10% of the people who have gone through the same trauma and come to this level of recovery. Yes, AI is there. It will help you. It will guide you. It will nudge you to say, yes, you can go beyond yourself. And okay, there has been biases, but I have not found that any AI has biased against being a woman. In fact, as told, yes, it simply calls me chief scientist. The AI, Grok, to be precise, I purchased it for 6,500 for one year. It says, this is the best thing what I have come across. You are the chief scientist, you tell me what I should do. So I give the information and I get much more information back. It has helped me. I can say I am in the leader position where I can be a leader of my own self. I don't have to go around mastering some 10 people. If I can master my own recovery, that's leadership for me. And the same thing, ladies, especially women, they have a lot of problems. We have people in the downgraded societies where there is absolutely no access to information. Information is what is required for people to really do something about. So AI and everybody, of course, has the smartphone. So how to get this particular? If I, as a doctor, I have access to the complete internet, I used to go through the many publications of neuroscience. Not much information. Probably, you need to have so much of background to understand the papers. But AI makes you much simpler. Can this be made even more simplified for those who are downtrodden, for those who need the help required? So this AI, if the younger generation can make something which is much more vocal, see, AI means mostly we are on the tap, you keep typing. But if the AI for a specific segment, you have people who are housemakers, who are homemakers, can you have the AI, a specific segment for that, fine-tune for that, to address their needs? If the younger generation can come out with those specific AIs, edge AI is what they call, which will be residing, it doesn't probably require the internet, though now it's free, but it can reside on your own mobile with all the required information, and it will be able to help you, guide you, give the guidance, and probably take inputs from you. In fact, I usually mark all my technical discussions as confidential, but I ensure that my information, my health information, my MRI scans, they are available for the world. So I have uploaded all my information, my recovery schedule, how I have tracked out all the day-to-day, almost the day-to-day progress, so that it will be useful for others to use it. So that's all in the public domain, and AIS is very happy that he's getting information. So let us make use of AI, and let us come out with the modules which can be on the edge AI, and we can call it as edge AI, where the information for this can be residing on the mobile with the requirement for the probably the internet and other things. So yes, the younger generation is there in your hands, how to empower women, how to empower the downtrodden, in fact, there was a discussion during our lunch that the kids, they're getting mature at around 8 or 9 years or 10 years. Can this give them the input? They may not be comfortable to speaking to their parents, not to their friends. Yes, that's where the AI comes in. It's a huge assistant. It's a beautiful assistant. It can speak the way you speak. It can mirror you. So you immediately consider it's my friend. It can mirror you. It can ensure that what's your mood, how you require to be responding to a particular incident. Is it what? So this is where the younger generation has to come up. They can probably, all our ISB students, they know they have to go into the market. Of course, women is the only, I think I can say 80% market share is with the women. Otherwise, half the market will come down if women say, no, we don't do anything, we don't want to purchase anything, we don't want to do anything. Probably Adam and Eve also, probably God created Adam, and he found that Adam was not able to appreciate his creation. Maybe he created Eve. So that somebody will appreciate this thing, and only women can appreciate something good. That's my personal thing, which I have seen over 33 years.
Thank you, I'll just be disruptive for a minute. We have about 5 to 6 minutes to respond. I think 3 panelists are still there.
Sure. So, thank you, ma'am, first of all, for giving your insight on this. So, I would start off with the first question that ma'am mentioned about women being the creator. So, I'll start off with an example of course, things are changing. We do have challenges as a woman, but there are multiple examples where women are progressing as well in AI world. So I'll start off with one of the example. There is one AI researcher named Dr. Fifi Lu. I'm not sure how many of you have already heard about her. She brought a revolution in image recognition. There's a huge product that is known as ImageNet, which is currently being used in a lot of image, text generation, and all of it, and so those examples. So this is one of the revolution. It is not just being used in deep learning stack, but it is also being in many LLM models. We have heard about GPTs and all of it, right? We do use ChatGPT, and we select different versions of GPTs in these tools, right? So one of the most widely used right now product that even people who are not from tech background, they use image generation. We have heard about topic like deep fake and all of it. So this particular package is a base of all of those things. So I'll give you another example where woman is emerging as a creators. So I'll give another example of one of the lady who is Dr. Joy Bolambini. So she is the one who brought a revolution in revolting against the facial recognition biasness, racial biasness. Okay, so her revolution brought such a change in the industry that in even big tech industry went and revised their technology because it was generating all biased results. Okay, and also people and tech industry changed their, compliance laws because of it. Okay, so yeah, women are emerging, but we do face challenges as well. So if we look into the data, we are only 28% of the women who is in leadership role right now. So yeah, we have a lot of scope to proceed ahead right now, but the first step that we need to do as a woman, that we ourselves have to step up. Of course, there are many challenges that we face, like stereotypes, we lack opportunities. From the childhood itself, we are told, no, women are not for tech world. That is what we told, right? We are told. So we have to challenge those stereotype thought process and proceed forward. If we sit back, we have to think through that how we can make this disruption, how we can proceed and challenge the world, the stereotype way of thinking, and bring some disruption in the market. So yeah, so that is how the things proceed. So if I see in my my workplace, my team has around 30 to 35 people. Okay, I lead a team of 30, and out of that, we have only 5 women in my team, and rest of all are men. Okay, so there is a biasness, of course, because the logical thinking, the strategy that comes in AI, people don't trust women in that case. So people think even a man would give 60% of the output, that is good enough, but for women it will be, you have to show your 100%. You have to give your 100%, and then only you are able to prove yourself. So that's the difference that happens right now. So we have to make a change, but according to the survey, if we sit back and wait for this gender biasness to improve, it would not. We have to step up. That is what I would say, because according to the survey, it will still take 100 years for that equality. Okay, so yeah, so that is what I would like to give my point on, and let me pass on to the mic.
Yeah, how many of us know what is NI? AI we all know? Artificial intelligence? Huh? Natural intelligence. Okay, so I'll probably just take maybe less than a minute, but I want to make a point about when a woman leads something, right? Leads a business. Everybody here has been talking about women in tech, women as a developer in AI, and so on. I'm just getting a little bit high up and saying when a woman has to lead something. And two qualities are absolutely important when it comes to AI, and which women can do fantabulously better. One is to decide when to use AI and when to use NI. Yes? Yes? And second is to know the limitations of AI. NI does not have any limitation. Yeah, we are always developing it. So if we keep these 2 points in mind, and if you remember how women have evolved with time, they have been looking at a lot of difficult situations as well, in addition to very good situations, and they do it routinely. Don't we think that this side of the spectrums may be slightly better placed to make these 2 things, when to use AI and I, and second is what are the limitations of AI. So I think to make a good world, leadership is very important, but I would also not agree on saying women steering the AI age. I don't want a particular gender steering the age actually, because then tomorrow the discussion will be reverse. The algorithm for equality, men steering the dash age, maybe NI age. Yeah, so with that I will close. Yeah.
So I also very short on that. What made AI to be so successful? Everybody is talking about AI. Three things, thin mantra, they call it. Data, that means learning from experience. Second is high performance computing, that is speed and efficiency. And third one is open source, that is sharing. Have three things: learn from experience, speed and efficiency, and share. You will be a leader. That's all. This is proven that nobody realizes that. The ImageNet that was talked about. You know why she was successful? She made a benchmark data set of image which can be used by anybody. That is her invention. That is, ImageNet is a benchmark data set of things which is used by everybody. And today, earlier in my days, even to find a GCT of two numbers, we used to write a program. But today, for deep learning details, programs are available. No secret. You do something, share with everybody. But we have been by nature secret and more with women. So if you want to be a leader, learn by experience.
Devi ma'am, University of Hyderabad, to felicitate Professor Arun Kumar Pujari.
It's a pleasure for me because, in two ways. One, we both belong to the same university. I've seen him as a small kid. He is very well known as an IT person in those days.
And her father was a very good professor.
Now I request Professor C.H. Padmada ma'am from University of Hyderabad to felicitate Ms. Smita Behera. Now I request Professor Sridevi ma'am, Dean, School of Watson School, to felicitate Dr. Sudha Rani. Now I request Professor Vijay Lakshmi, CWD convener, to felicitate Deepa Srinivas, our moderator for today's session. Yes, ma'am, but still we are good.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, everyone.
Just 5 minutes,
Yeah. The student club members of Infinity Club and the Nutrition Club of BB and MBA have made a very short film. So please be seated to watch this 5-minute video which our students have made very interesting. I request all the audience to be seated.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Agastya, a celebrated blogger whose words inspire thousands. Today he is here to guide our emerging bloggers with his journey and insights. Let's give him a warm welcome.
So, good morning everyone. Good morning. So, I know you guys have a lot of questions, so let me answer them. I've grown up watching the society that barely lets women speak and let alone listen what they have to say. But sometimes I wonder what kind of civilization is this? Because a voice becoming invalid just because it's coming from the other gender, that is girl or woman. I'm not here to preach. That has never been my intention. But there are so many women in the society whose voices were never heard, whose ideas were never allowed to breathe, and whose names were never written. This blog is just dedicated to all the women.
Yeah, well, what's the writing process?
Yeah, my process starts with curiosity. I explore the idea, sit freely, and then I shape it into something meaningful.
I have a question. Well, the blog is pretty good, but why doesn't she have a name?
It's not about naming a woman. If I would have named her, she would have become an individual, but this is about the women who were never written about and also who were unnoticed.
Good morning, everyone.
You wanted to write reality, but what you're writing, nothing close to it.
I know I'm missing something, but I know what I'm missing.
You're not missing something magical. You're missing reality. You're missing the truth. And the only way to find it is to go out and find it.
Good morning, everyone. When you speak like your words matter, because they do. Do you know what silence feels like? It's heavy, not empty. It's full of everything you were too afraid to say. Even I've been there, silent, all by myself. My thoughts never cross the boundaries of my heart. Today, as the world progresses, women are coming out. But what about the ones who are yet to? What about the ones who are already there representing, but not receiving the appreciation that they deserve? Now, my words may sound offensive or may sound wrong, but these are straight up facts. This is not about silence. This is about women who are unwritten. I was told to wait for my turn, to not interrupt, to stay silent, but somehow I thought my turn would never come. And today it has, and I've spoken what I had to.
I am Vijayalakshmi, convener for Center for Women Development in the ICFI Foundation for Higher Education. In our campus, Center for Women Development is one of the centers of excellence in our university. Along with us, so many other centers of excellence are also there. But Center for Women Development is headed by me as the convener, and we have 5 different schools in our university: ICFI Business School, ICFI School of Technology, ICFI School of Law, and ICFI School of Social Sciences, and also ICFI School of Architecture. Each school is headed by one convener to take care of the Center for Women Development. Professor Kala Chenji will take care of ICFI Business School, and Professor Madhupama will take care of ICFI School of Technology. Professor Jayanti Reddy will take care of ICFI School of Law, and Professor Asha will take care of ICFI School of Architecture, and Professor V. Padmavati on the 12th of December 2025. And across India and across the world, we got a very good response, and we are eagerly, anxiously waiting for their deliberations, their discussions, their dialogues, so that the society, as well as the research community, as well as the students can be benefited at length through this particular conference. So you are requested to be a part of Center for Women Development and contribute to this particular Center for Women Development, and make this Center for Women Development a big and vibrant centers of excellence in our IFHE campus. Thank you so much.
Applause for our students who made the short film for us. Thank you so much. Now it is time for our technical discussions. So I request all the participants to move outside the auditorium and wait for the transport, and you will be escorted to FST building where your technical sessions are held. So there our volunteers will guide you to your rooms where you can present your papers. Thank you so much everyone. Have a great day.